Hello, everyone. My name is Susanna Cass. Happy Earth Day. And thank you so much for joining us today at the Global Youth Sustainability Summit of 2023. It's really great to have you all here. I have the privilege to have met Pragna Nidamulu some time ago now, and to watch how she has thrived and genuinely elevate the whole significant impact of EcoTeen to raise environmental awareness among young people. So we're all very excited with all the speakers who we have prepared for you, but let me tell you a few words about our founder, Pragna. She has been promoting sustainable practices and environmental stewardship, also a TEDx speaker and performer. She served on the board for Youth About Business and Youth for Sewa, providing valuable inputs and support for young entrepreneurs and the community in their service projects work. And Pragna constantly, relentlessly improve upon herself about her skills in various business-related fields through participation in her own Business Professionals of America organization. Her accomplishments are many. Pragna is a talented kuchipudi dancer, which I learned more about it. It is really amazing in terms of the resiliency and the physical and the mental strength that you have to exhibit, showcasing proudly about India's rich cultural heritage through her physical and mental and elegant performance. I would say make sure you follow her and check it out. Overall, Pragna embodies the qualities of leadership in her very young age. Her immense creativity in terms of how she elevates others and herself by exemplifying her passion and her true inspiration to many people, including myself. So please join me in welcoming Pragna to kick off this year's EcoTeens Summit.
Thank you so much, Susanna. It means so much to have you here introducing me. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Happy Earth Day. My name is Pragna Nidamolu, and welcome to the 2023 Global Youth Sustainability Summit hosted by EcoTeens. I founded this organization not just to create awareness about the climate change crisis, but also to inspire teens across the world to step up and do their bit for our planet, because it's never too soon and you're never too young to make an impact. When I was younger, I visited India, my hometown, to visit my grandparents. We went to several tourist destinations to explore. And while traveling India, I noticed that the amount of trash that was left behind careless people, it was piling up on the streets. A couple years later, my family and I visited Africa, and I noticed the same scenario. I became more and more aware of the increasing harm to our environment. Once we returned home, I decided that I wanted to help change what I saw. I joined the Adopt a Highway program to help keep roadsides clean, and these experiences helped deepen my passion for sustainability. Last year, I decided to found EcoTeens so I can help spread awareness on how important sustainability is and what people can do in their everyday lives to live a more sustainable life. Today, I'm hosting the Global Youth Sustainability Summit to bring together various different perspectives on the topic of sustainability. We have three very powerful panels to highlight three large aspects of sustainability, and we have three lightning speakers who will talk about various different topics of sustainability. And with that, it's my pleasure to introduce our opening keynote speaker, Jutta Eckstein, who enables company-wide agility and sustainability, even in large and distributed organizations. She is a coach, consultant, speaker, and author. She works as an independent coach, consultant, and trainer, and has helped many teams and organizations worldwide to make an agile transition. She has a unique experience in applying agile processes within medium-sized to large distributed mission critical projects. Jutta is a member of the Agile Alliance and a member of the program committee of many different American, Asian, and European conferences, where she has also presented her work. Jutta, it's a pleasure to have you here today.
Thank you so much, Partner, for having me. That's really wonderful what you have put together here. I'm really super happy to be here with you. And I'm starting to share my screen here. Yeah, well, as Pragna, you already mentioned here, so I developed quite a reputation for being an agile coach and so on. And you can see this with my books that I've published here and or show here. And actually also as a teenager, it started for me that I also cared for the planet. And it frustrates me seeing all the damaged trees when I go hiking where I live right now. So this is a place close to where I live in Germany. And as I learned by the last forest report developed last year in May for Germany, that 80% of all trees here in my home country are actually damaged. Then another thing is that I learned about the ocean prospects with my passion as a scuba diver. So, for example, by 2050, there is more plastic in the sea than fish. That's the prospect here. And I'm also trained as a pollution control commissioner. So I got some time in that training. However, I always had a problem of connecting what I do for my professional life, all the agile stuff, with what I'm passionate about, which is sustainability. And this is something that kind of recently started. So I think it's about like 5 or 6 years ago when I started finding a leverage, how to connect that. And my first thing was to understand that IT and software development actually does not only come as a rescue, but also does some harm. And I want to show you with some examples about that. So first of all, if you look at the social aspect, well, no, first of all, I want to clarify those different areas for sustainability. So the one is about social or people aspect, which talks about fairness, equity, also inclusion, accessibility, and diversity. Then we have the planet where we take care of our environment. And the third part is economic or prosperity, which is about improving the lives of everyone everywhere. And now for the examples, so for example, on the social people side, so there is software that requires, for example, 3 characters as last name when you sign up and register for the system. However, not everyone's last name consists of 3 characters. So this is definitely not inclusive and maybe also not accessible for many people. If we look at the environment, then there's this one thing which I find really disturbing, that the electronic waste that we are piling up keeps piling up. So the last e-waste monitor by the United Nations found out that we had an increase in the past 5 years of 21%. And well, I'm in software. However, I really know that it is most often software that makes us buy new hardware. So if you think about when you bought your last smartphone or when you threw out the one before, most likely it was because software wasn't supported on it anymore. The apps didn't run fine anymore and stuff like that. And so we in software development really have to do way more in taking care of that software is also run on older devices. Now for the third part, economic prosperity, I want to bring an example from really very close where I live. So Volkswagen is kind of the employer of the area I'm in. And the Dieselgate, first of all, mainly was possible because of software. And second, if you remember what I said about economic prosperity, it's about improving the lives of everyone everywhere. This definitely didn't do it. So we have homework to do. Then remember I said, like I started, or I got this reputation with Agile. So I also looked at what's actually in Agile. And I found, luckily, that we made a promise here. For example, we have 2 big nonprofit organizations. One is the Scrum Alliance, and it says here that we are on a mission to create agile workplaces that are joyful, prosperous, and sustainable. Then the other big nonprofit organization we have in the Agile area is the Agile Alliance. And there, when you look for membership, it tells you what they are providing for members, which is through the last 2 decades, members like you have helped make work more effective, humane, and sustainable by applying the Agile mindset and methods. So there is a promise here. However, we are only just getting started to see what does this mean and can we really fulfill that promise. There's one other thing. So one of the books actually the last book that I wrote together with my co-author John Buck, which is on company-wide agility. Pragna has also mentioned that. We figured that whenever companies are agile, then people have also here quite an expectation, which is that if a company or a team claims to be agile, then actually the expectation is that they also care for the planet or care for sustainability. For example, if a company says they're agile and then people find out they're not inclusive, people would say, well, I thought you're agile. And based on that, we took a second look at the values that are coming with company-wide agility, which are transparency, self-organization, continuous learning, and constant customer focus, and looked at what do those values actually mean if we look at them from a sustainability perspective or from the perspective that there is this responsibility for companies. And that is that for transparency, and this is really a big thing still, is that we need to make companies' actions transparent, not only internally, but also externally. I give you like one example here. I'm not sure if I give you examples for all, but Google, for example, claims that they're already a net zero for their cloud. However, so far, they have never made the data available. So we don't know if that's true or not. They've written up a white paper, but again, nobody can prove that this is real or not. And there are more examples like that. So we need more transparency here. In terms of self-organization, it is that every company is actually a part of a greater ecosystem and therefore has a responsibility also for that ecosystem. For continuous learning, well, we all know, especially in sustainability, there's so much going on and there's so much to learn, and we have to be part of that whole learning process. And then finally, with the constant customer focus, it is, well, let me summarize that. This is the way I typically talk about that. It's the understanding that whatever we do as a company or as also a software development team, we have to understand that the planet is actually also a stakeholder, or if you will, a customer. So this was kind of the start where I was heading with this last book, that we were saying, well, company agility really means also that responsibility. And so we provided that definition of the values. Now, another thing that we looked at was sustainability by and in Agile. And I want to give you just an understanding what we mean with that. So first of all, sustainability by Agile means that all kinds of practices and mindset we learned in Agile, we can use for increasing sustainability. And lucky me, I was able last year, together with a colleague of mine, Steve Hollier, to work for a nonprofit organization in the climate industry, well, fighting the climate crisis industry or area. And we use just the stuff that we know at our fingertips. Mostly these were like facilitation techniques, as like open space or story mapping or event storming. If this doesn't mean anything to you, don't worry. These are just practices in Agile we could use to help that nonprofit to make their next step. Then the other thing is sustainability in Agile, which is about using sustainability to guide our own actions and outcomes. For example, that we are measuring after every delivery of software that the carbon footprint of the software, of the system, does at least not increase. So providing kind of these possibilities is another thing that I did also with friends together. Another thing that I started, and that's just like last fall, was creating an initiative. So I founded the Agile Sustainability Initiative within the Agile Alliance, and I found some people helping me with that now. So we are a team and we are growing. And the idea is, on the one hand, to create the awareness that we have that responsibility, but also to come up with like examples. What is it, what we are doing? And one thing that we just recently did and completed was we went through all the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and provided examples for what people can do in their professional life when they work as in the Agile field, and what they can offer like on their daily practice that pays into sustainable development goals. There's another thing that I co-created with two other people, which is an assessment. And now I wonder, I actually thought of showing it to you here in real, which is an assessment that looks at various different angles for a team. So on the social, economic, environmental, holistic area, and people fill in that survey, and then the report is created. And as you can see here, for example, social part is kind of high, so the highest number is a 5. However, it's still only 3.56. Then clearly the environmental area has been the lowest in this example. So the people I've been running this with, and so pretty low with 251. And if you go there, then you see the different areas. Where are you higher? Where are you lower? Like this one is this one is the lowest, that the team monitors the carbon footprint of the system. So they clearly don't. And with that assessment, without now really going into more details, what we do is that we give the people a tool in their hands that they can come up with their next step for increasing sustainability, and to, well, pay their duties and make the world at least a little bit better with the software that they are creating, and not doing any more harm. So that is kind of like another contribution here. And with that, I come to a conclusion, which is, what are the lessons learned that I learned, and what I think that are kind of an advice for you, which is, well, I know that many of you are entering the workforce pretty soon, and I want to ensure you, whatever you do, sustainability will be part of it. So it's not so much thinking about, oh, if I do this, it would be more helpful than that, or whatever. It is needed everywhere. So whatever you will do, you will have the possibility, and I hope you really will fulfill that as well, kind of increasing sustainability in the area you are in. So as I mentioned at the beginning, it took me a while, and I wasn't sure what my part could be in software development in Agile. Then the next thing is, we know that climate crisis is complex. It's a wicked problem. It's really difficult to make a difference. However, what we really know, and this is definitely one thing from Agile, which is taking one step at a time, and take another step and another step and another step. And I know sometimes it feels like it's all too slow, but that's the only way how we can cross a long distance, by taking one step at a time. And my third advice or lessons learned is, I know you can always do more. So you can always take your next step. However, that really has also the risks of being frustrated, or kind of, I don't know, being depressed that you cannot do everything. So my real advice here is, don't aim for perfection. You have to take care of yourself as well in order to increase sustainability. So don't put your expectation to yourself, and maybe also to others, too high, but take it in this way, that there's always one step that we can take. So thank you so much. And this is how you can reach me. I have also down here, in case you know somebody in software, this is the link to that assessment that's published under Creative Commons. And I am really grateful again for you to invite me. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your valuable insights, Yuta, and I completely agree. Sustainability and agile practices work hand in hand, and we need to implement agile practices in order to become more sustainable. Thank you so much. So let's move on to our first panel. Our first panel's theme is climate justice. According to Yale's Climate Connections, climate justice is a term, and more than that, a movement that acknowledges climate change can have differing social, economic, public health, and other adverse impacts on underprivileged populations. Our panelists are Shreya Casey, Siddhartha Salagrama, Sergio Nelson, and Jackson Buzingo. Shreya is a passionate climate justice activist from Nepal. She has been actively involved in spreading awareness, advocating policies, and taking action for the climate. Her climate story has been featured in 2 books, Stone Soup for a Sustainable World and 50 Girls Saving Our Planet. Siddhartha is a graduate in sustainable development. He has an interest in the environmental aspects of sustainability. He has worked on multiple livelihood enhancement projects for the local fisheries communities under Indian National Center for Ocean Information Services and other companies in the past. He wants to work on mitigation strategies for climate change and environmental degradation. Sergio founded the Association of Environmental and Human Rights Journalists, which has worked with rural communities to implement ideas to reduce environmental problems, as well as issues related to the preservation of human rights. Sergio is a member of the World Youth Parliament for Water and the Chief Operating Officer of Sustainable Media, which is a company located in Miami. He's also a photographer, journalist, writer, screenwriter, and human rights activist. Jackson is a Tanzanian youth, and he is currently a master's student at the University of Galway, Ireland. He has been leading food and agriculture movements to promote sustainable food systems through regenerative agroforestry and agroecology initiatives. He has also been a soil health advocate and climate activist since 2020. Welcome, everyone.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. Okay, let's get started on our panel with our esteemed panelists. So to start off, how do you define climate justice and why is it important for sustainability professionals to understand to address it? Anybody can jump in.
Well, okay. Can I move on?
Yeah, you can go for it.
No, thanks. Hi, everybody. Allow me to greet the panel and everybody who's watching us right now, because it's important to be talking about this topic. Because environmental topics are very important lately, because we've been facing a lot of environmental problems, lack of clean water, lack of clean air, etc. So we need to call every citizen around the world so we can find solutions to the problems we've been facing. So looking to the question you gave us, I would start first to talk about 4 pillars that I think are very important if we want to talk about the climate justice. First is about poverty, sustainability, environmental conscience. I will talk about the illiteracy. We'll talk about racism. I will talk about this topic later. So we can understand, because climate justice is a social justice. As a civil right, we need to understand that climate justice it means the finding solutions to the problem we've been facing. I'm talking about the idea of creating a fair and equal world. I mean, equal natural world. If we talk about equal nature world, we're talking about the possibility of funding, for example, or giving fund to communities. If you, and the idea of creating resistance to fossil fuels and other actions, for example, led by women and the people of colors, that aim to achieve a clean energy and the cleaner and the access to clean water. So it's important for us to discuss about this topic, because I think we're going to a scenario where we'll be breathing a very polluted air. So it's an action that needs to be taken for all of us.
Definitely, I completely agree. We all need to jump in and actually contribute to this. Siddhartha, did you have something to add?
So I would say that climate justice, by definition, talks about the equitable distribution of the burdens of climate change and the responsibilities that include combating this problem. But it isn't as easy as that. It never is. Climate justice is a term that changes meaning depending on the perspective it is being looked upon. So Sergio here is from Mozambique, and I doubt that his perception of climate change is the same as what I perceive it as. These changes usually occur due to geographical factors, economic factors, social factors, quite a lot more. And I believe that and to come to the second part of the question, I believe that there is a need for sustainability professionals to understand climate justice, as I think that there are many dimensions to be considered before coming up with any work of action. They simply cannot come up with one comprehensive plan which will ensure climate justice for me here in India, as well as Pragnya over there in the United States. So I believe that there is a need for sustainability professionals to understand the importance of this and to understand the complexity of it before they can go ahead and address this. Yeah, that's.
I completely agree. It definitely depends on the perspective, and people in different parts of the world see it differently because sustainability affects everyone differently in different parts of the world, and depending on what you do and what you are interested in. My next question is, what are some of the root causes of climate injustice, and how can we work towards addressing them?
Thank you. First of all, thank you, Pragna and EcoTeens, for inviting me here and also organizing this Global Youth Sustainability Summit. It's a pleasure to be here to share my experience, my learnings, and also to share the floor with fellow panel speakers. I also wish you a very happy Earth Day. Let this day remind the achievements that we are making, and also it's like shows that there is a long way that we need to do and improve as we go ahead. And yes, coming back to the question, Pragna, I think like to just what like Siddharth and Sergio also highlighted, climate crisis is an issue of injustice. I think when we understand that it is wholly rooted in the concept of injustice, we tend to understand it in a very new lens. You know, it's not just an environmental problem that is being caused by deforestation or air pollution or water pollution. It is, I think, a problem that is caused within the system. It's like how we have built the system. It is also perpetuating these injustices. And some of the root causes of climate injustice, in my opinion, is like colonialism, like the concept, you know, like the things that where rich countries, where rich people is exploiting the poorer one, and the richer one are getting richer and richer and richest, and the poor one are getting the poorest and poorest. Right. So this is one of the point. And another one is like climate crisis is impacting those people who has done nothing to contribute to this crisis. For example, a report by Oxfam, it states that the richest 10% of the global population emits around half of the global emission, while the poorest half, that is around 3.1 billion population, is responsible for just 7% of the global emission. But still, those poorest are the ones who lies at the forefront to face the impact of climate crisis. For example, in Nepal, I am in Nepal, like we have negligible global carbon emissions. For example, like our carbon emission is 0.056%, but still we lie as like top 4 country to face the impact of climate crisis. So it just shows that how injustice like is embedded in the concept of climate justice. So like to talk about like how we can address this better, I think there is a saying that I really like, and that perfectly clarifies like the situation that we are in. It says that they steal your bread, then they give you a crumb of it, then they demand you to thank them for their generosity. Oh, their audacity. So it just shows that those countries, those people, those populations who has caused climate change are at the front to make the decisions, like how the work has to be done, how the climate policies has to be prepared, and so on. Even in COP, the annual global climate change conference, the countries such as EU, US, UK, who has a higher portion of causing climate change emissions, who is responsible for causing the climate emissions, right? So they are the one who is at the lead of preparing the climate policies. They have a higher say, they have the resources, they have the finance, and so on. So we need to understand this part, and I think we need to change this gradually. But like as Siddharth also said, like climate crisis might not be the same in every country. The way I see it from Nepal and the way Sergio says from Mozambique, it is completely different. So we have to understand that we need to bring local changes in the way we live, in the way we produce, in the way we consume. You know, of course, climate change is a global emission that is impacting everyone. It's not saying rich, poor, female, male. It's impacting everyone. But let's understand that we need to have like local measures. For example, like Nepal is yearly impacted by floods, and like many people lost their lives and livelihoods. So what we need to do is to protect the lives of those people. We need to work on those flood adaptation measures and so on. So I'm trying to say that we need to work on the local measures. And the next one is those vulnerable countries, those vulnerable people, we need to connect them to the finance, to the funding resources, so that they will be able to make the decisions that they want. They would be able to lead the things that will protect them from this climate change disasters and so on. And the last part is to work together with the local people. What I often see is like there are lots of works being done in different countries, but what is missing is the link between the community people, you know, who has been there per generation, who is expert on like how rain works in their region, and how potato grows in their region. Like they are expert from their region, but they are not being included in the decision making processes. For example, what happened in Nepal was like we have many national parks and conservation areas, and slowly and gradually those areas were decreasing and so on. And then the government, they onboarded local people to work together with them, and that's called community forestry, which is done together with the local people. And because the local people are engaged in it, like it has a very good success, you know. Like now we have been able to preserve many forests under the name of community forest, and those resources are also being used by the local people for their good. There are lots of things need to be improved here, but like it just shows that when we engage local people together in everything throughout the process, that also brings much needed changes that we are working for. I'll stop here. Thank you.
That's a great point that you made, that the countries that give out less emissions take on the consequences of it more, because they either don't have the finances or the people to help. And you're right, it starts at a local scale, and people need to come together and really decide to make the difference. It's about people people know about this issue, but it's the people who decide to do it and move forward with the changes that will actually make an impact and help these people in need. Thank you. Did anybody else have something to add in?
That was amazing to listen. What I think is, I don't know if I will pronounce correctly. I think it's, how do you pronounce Shreya?
That's yeah, right. That's perfect.
Oh, perfect. So it was amazing to listen the points you were presenting to us. I would just like to add some point. I think we cannot fight or combat climate injustice by just watching. We need to take action. We must take action. Because if we analyze lower income people or groups tend to pay more for policy and benefit less for some carbon reduction measures, for example. We need to take the community, we need to take community actions, embracing nature-based solution to reduce the climate crisis and vulnerabilities. What I'm saying is we need to prioritize local actions by engaging local expertise and supply chains to reduce the climate impacts. And somehow we need to embrace the prefabrications to mitigate the localized air pollution from construction operations. I think that's another point. And we need to realize that advocating for commercial sectors, we need to advocate for commercial sectors so we can incorporate urban farming centers near underserved communities, so we can provide health, food, and more jobs. I think we need to think about that when we talk about climate justice too. If we look, for example, to countries like Somalia, Chad, Malawi, and Niger, we can realize the impacts of climate change, despite the fact that they are contributing very little to global greenhouse gas emissions, for example. So when we talk about the climate injustice, we need to talk about the geographic injustice too, meaning that the men of the countries least responsible for the current climate change, climate crisis are nevertheless those who are feeling its effects most severely. So I think there is a need for us as a global citizens to find a solution for each country. I agree with you when you say that the problem facing Nepal, South Africa, and Mozambique are totally different. That's why we need to find local solution to the problem we're facing.
Yes, definitely. We do need local solutions, which is the only thing that'll help this cause. Did you have anything to add, Siddhartha?
No, I think Shreya more or less covered everything I was about to say because she took out the exact lines I was about to talk about. So yeah, I think we'll go ahead with the next question.
Thank you. So my next question is, how can we ensure that marginalized communities, including Indigenous people, people of color, and low-income communities are included in this conversation about climate justice?
Can I go ahead?
Yes.
Okay, so basic social science dictates that tackling a problem together as a group is much better than taking it up one-on-one. And the question you have asked is more or less talking about inclusivity for all. And looking around at the panel that you have put together here tonight is proof that inclusivity is something that the youth are recognizing to be an integral part of achieving sustainability in our society. All of us here are from different parts of the world, we're from different walks of life, and the fact that we are sitting here today discussing about climate justice shows that inclusivity, though not something that has been 100% been achieved, but it is surely something that the present generation recognizes the importance of. And as Shreya covered for the last question, how can we ensure that these marginalized communities are included in the conversation around climate justice? Well, the top-down approach of policy changes and engaging of national governments is already underway, but I truly believe that to achieve true climate justice, we need to implement a more bottom-up approach where we ensure that inclusivity, social representation are key points that are being respected while conversing about climate change and its impacts. That is truly the way that we can go ahead with combating this problem of climate injustice. Yeah. Thank
Yes,
you.
I totally agree. You're right. Shreya, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, I completely agree with what just Siddharth said. And one of the additional point that I would like to make is also like, we need to understand, like who is creating the narrative. For example, we're talking about a problem. We need to know that who is writing the story about that problem. Because often what happens is the oppressor who is oppressing, like they are the one who is writing these stories. And that is whole changing the way we believe, that is changing the way we work and so on. Therefore, like first is we need to understand where the narrative is coming from. Is it coming from the oppressed or is it coming from the oppressor? And we need to define our way of work accordingly. And the next point is like what happens often in the global space and even sometimes in the youth climate change movement is like we tend to take space for the voice that we do not cover. For example, like what we need to do is like we need to listen and we need to engage young people's voice, the indigenous people's voice, those people who are marginalized in the group. But also what we need to do is like sometimes we need to pass the floor to them. Like, for example, if I'm speaking on their behalf, I need to pass the floor to them so that they can speak on their own behalf. We do not need to be, hero for them. We do not need to be like kings or queens for them. Like we need to give the mic to them so that they can speak for themselves. They can share their story with their own mouth. And what happens even often in civil society organizations is like we tend to change their story. Let it be original. Let it be the way that they says it. And that is how also I think the solutions, the way we are coming up, that is also will be changed. And the last point is about we have been making often like this is making in even in the local space, might be in a project or so on. So what we need to do is we need to have those people who are facing the impact, who has the real experience of going through those impact, who has faced the both physical and mental health impact and so on, to be on those advisory board so that they can better advise people on what are the work that we can do and what needs to be improved, rather than repeating the same mistakes that was done in the past, because we cannot solve the problem with the same mindset that created the problem, right? So yeah.
Right, we do need the different perspectives on these advisory boards because that's where we get all of our ideas and thoughts from, and we need different perspectives in order to actually change something. So Judy, do you have anything to add?
Thank you. I think we need to understand also that, as Shreya was explaining before, that colonialism and historical factors influenced to the higher vulnerability of people of colors, for example, and the indigenous people. What I'm saying is that some inequalities come from those factors. If we analyze indigenous people from Kalahari, for example, Kalahari Desert, which stretches across Botswana, Namibia, and South Africa, we will realize that they are forced to live around the government-drilled water bores and rely on government support as their traditional pastoralist livelihoods. Because of those factors, we can realize that their livelihood have been compromised by the land degradation. So, talking about this topic, I think it's important to mention the fact that we need to talk about gender equality in these topics. What I'm saying is women often bear the brunt of climate disasters. Because they depend heavily on natural resources like water, like firewoods, meaning that if these items become scarce, they may need to travel farther to get those factors. So other gender inequalities within a community may leave women to more vulnerability to immediate aftermath of a national disaster. That's why I think to find a solution to these problems, we need to work once again as a global citizens, women, men, people of color, etc. That's why what I was talking about racism. There is this author who usually talk about racism in this debate of climate justice. So we need to rethink about what we are talking about, because many people don't even realize what we're talking about right now. So can we talk about climate crisis to the people who didn't even have the privilege of going to school? I'm talking about illiteracy. We need to take this kind of topics to the ground. We need to take this topic and find better words so we can explain to that mother, to that brother, to that sister, that we are facing a lot of problem, a lot of disaster, because we are lacking a better behavior so we can change the paradigms. So I think we need to rethink about our attitudes, because we are endangering this world, and in the near future we'll be facing a lot of problem because of the thing that we're doing right now.
Yes, I completely agree. And you're right about the gender disparity. Everybody needs to work together regardless of race, gender, or anything. We need everybody. Thank you. Those are all amazing points. So bouncing off of that question, how can we address the unequal distribution of the impacts of climate change, such as how low-income and marginalized communities are often the most affected by extreme weather events and sea level rises?
Okay, I'll go. So this is quite a serious issue, and it is a very complicated one at that. addressing the unequal distribution of the impacts of climate change has to be one of the toughest questions I've encountered over the past few years. I've been working with the local fisheries communities over the last 1 year. I've been staying with them, and I see the kind of climate that they live in. And it is so much different to what we experience on a daily basis. And how can we ensure that these effects of climate change do not take a huge toll on these backward communities? In India right now, on a daily basis, the temperatures have been reaching 40 to 45 degrees Celsius. And for the month of April, those are very high numbers. And the people who have to work, like the day-to-day laborers, have to keep working to support themselves and their families. They don't have a choice. They don't really have a choice to do otherwise. And we can address this unequal distribution of impacts by keeping in mind that these are the most affected communities, and policymakers should ensure that these communities are addressed. And there are many schemes that governments are setting up. There are many plans of action that everyone is coming up with. I believe that at this point, it is no longer an issue of what policy is being changed or what idea we can come up with. It is more of a matter of how we can implement these ideas that we are all coming up with. There is no shortage of ideas at this point. It's just a matter of how we can implement them in all around the world. All of us can brainstorm all day long and come up with some amazing ideas, but how can we go out there and ensure that these ideas are being put into action? And I believe that figuring out the implementation part of this policy making or coming up with ideas is key to ensure addressing the unequal distribution of impacts of climate change. Thank you.
Yes, that's completely right. There's so many ideas, but it's less thinking, more doing that will actually help people. Because you're right, there's no shortage of ideas, and there are some amazing ideas I've heard. It's just that there are less doers, and there's a lot of thinkers and brainstorming going. You're completely right. I agree. Anybody else have anything to add?
Yeah, completely echoing with what Siddharth said. And also we discussed about this lost in the previous question as well. Like one of the things that we need to do is also to educate people about the problem. Because what happens is those people who lie at the forefront, who has been facing the impact of climate change every day, do not know like what is the problem and how and why are they being impacted at the first hand, right? So at first I think we need to educate them what is being happened. Of course this is not the same for everyone, but there are people, for example, in the upper regions of Nepal who believes that untimely rainfall is a sign that gods are angry and they need to worship the god to make them happy so that they can get the time rainfall in time and so that they can have proper or good harvesting and so on. So first is like we need to understand people, like make them understand about like what is really happening, because I think like yes, climate change is impacting, we are facing lots of problems and so on, but beyond that people do not know like why are they facing the problem. So this is very very bad and this is very unfair. First is that, and the next one is right now what is happening is like the climate crisis, like we say it climate crisis because of the urgency, right? And the latest IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report, has also clearly said that the impact will be more pronounced, more unprecedented as we go along. And like we are passing the threshold of adaptation. For example, like in countries like Nepal, even in Mozambique, like where we have been facing lots of floods, drought, and so on. So even though we are doing a lot, we are investing so much in adaptation, what happens is like the frequency of the climate change impact is so high that our adaptation work do not meet those frequency or those magnitude. We have been facing loss and damage, right? So what we also need to work is on the adaptation, like how do we protect our people, how do we protect the livelihood, and for that we need to diversify the livelihood options and also work in the early warning systems. For example, in Saptakosi River, which is the largest river in Nepal, there are many people who live nearby that river, and during the monsoon period, usually in June, July, like where almost 80% of the Nepal's rainfall occurs, there are many people who is impacted by the flooding in those regions. And in some villages, what they are doing is like whenever the water level of the river crosses a safe point, they will get a message in their mobile phones like, okay, now it is a danger point, please like migrate from your home, please do not stay in your home, and so on. So they receive those messages so that they can at least protect themselves, from the floods before they come. So we also need to work in these early warning systems. And the last part is about research and data collection. So we have been doing a lot of work, but what happens often is like we don't really know like what is the real problem. So we need to work with the local people, of course, to generate the data and to know like, okay, what is really causing the problem, so that we can solve that problem in the first hand.
Right, understanding the root problem is extremely important. And I like the point that you added about early warning systems. I think that is extremely important because if people just don't know what's coming, if people don't know the issues or the disasters that are coming in their areas, they have no way to protect themselves. And I think that's a great point. Anything else anybody has to add?
Well, I would like to say that I'm actually mesmerized. It's interesting to see that teens, the young people all over the world have this desire to debate about environmental topics. It's I'm very flattered to see how Shreya thinks and how Siddharth thinks too, because I'm really sorry if I didn't pronounce you very well your name.
Oh, no,
But
you got it right.
yeah, okay, thanks. Yeah, that's good. So I'm very flattered because I realize, but the question is, as a youth, as teens, as youth, what is our role? What can we do to change the paradigms? Because if we talk about this issue, we're talking actually about economic inequalities too. So what can we do to change the reality in our neighborhood, in our community? How can we talk to that mother who practices agriculture in that land, and somehow she sees that there's nothing growing in there because she doesn't even understand what climate change is? And how can we explain to that uncle, to that father, to that man that practice the pastoralism and practice and see his land just with the problem that somehow he doesn't realize what is happening? I think we need to teach more, because sometimes I think we're talking much than teaching. We need to take once again this problem to the communities, and because we're talking about this topic right now, but what are the actions? What are we going to do tomorrow? How are we going to take this message to the community? I think we need to talk about these things so we can find a better way to change the paradigm and build a better world.
Right, changing the paradigm, that is extremely important. Thank you for bringing that up. And these are amazing points. Thank you. My next question, how can sustainability professionals work with policymakers and governments to create policies that address this climate injustice and ensure a just transition to a sustainable future?
Sergio, do you want to start?
Okay. Well, once again, I think we need to find a way to join forces, because what we're saying here is the government can't work alone by itself. We need to find a way to pressure somehow the government so they can adopt, they can improve the policies, improve the laws that exist, so we can find, because even here in Mozambique, we have a lot of laws regarding to environment, but some of them, we're not implementing them. So we need to find a way to pressure the government so we can respect what have been approved. And somehow we need to find a way so we can, as young people, as citizens all over the world, we need to find a way so we can say like stop this crisis, stop this problem, stop these dangers that have been provoked by us. Nothing, we don't lose nothing on the environment. If we put a boat in the ocean, we'll find that boat in a fish years later. So we need to rethink about our behavior, because what we think is a waste here, what we put in the sea, we might find in our food in the next couple of days. So we need to rethink about what we are doing.
I completely agree. Anybody else have anything to add?
Yeah, completely echoing with what Sergio said. I'd also like to mention that right now I'm taking a leadership organizing and action course. This is a 6-month course, and here I read that services are bad for people. When I first heard this, I was like, this might not be correct. But when I try to contextualize it in like what is happening in the climate change work, I find it completely right, because what is happening is like there are many civil society organizations and even government project which is working with the local people to implement climate adaptation project, to mitigate their emissions and so on. But what is happening is like we are making them too much dependent on those projects. So whenever there is a like 5-year project, when there is money, when there is people, consultant, project officers working in that area, there everything is going right. But when the project finishes after 5 years, what happens is like those projects tend to make those people very, very dependent on that. So that when they leave it, when the actual organizers leave the project and they go to their normal life, the local people there, they will not take those actions because they are being made like too much dependent, right? So I think we need also to need to see here like how much do we need to support the people, how much do we need to provide them finance, how much do we need to come in the middle and like support them. So like we have to be at least cautious of like to make sure that we are not making them too much dependent. And the another part is also about making specific plans. For example, Siddharth is living in India, and even in countries like India, Bangladesh, where there are lots of fossil fuel companies, and we are talking a lot about renewable energy, phasing out fossil fuels and so on. But still, there are people who work in the coal factory, and by working in that coal factory, they survive, they eat their daily food, they educate their children to go to school and so on. So before closing that coal factory, before closing that fossil fuel company, what we need to thinking like how do we provide jobs to those people who is working there, so that we ensure a just and fair transition, right? So we also need to make specific plans, like not just taking action, but also like seeing the repercussions of what those actions will bring on the most vulnerable ones and prepare accordingly.
Yes, I completely agree. And you're right. And awareness is so important in these areas. Siddhartha, did you have anything to add?
No, I think, yeah, they both covered it up pretty well.
Okay. My next question, what role can businesses and corporations play in addressing climate change, and how can they be held accountable for their impact on the environment and society? Because they're the leading cause of these emissions and pollutants in the environment.
Yeah, I can start, and then I will let in Siddharth and Sergio to step in. Yeah, I think it's important to recognize the role of this business and corporations. We also call them private sectors. They have huge, huge potential. I was reading a data maybe a week ago, and then I found that just 5 companies, fossil fuel companies, ExxonMobil, Shell, BP, Chevron, and Total Energies, they profited nearly 200 billion just in 2022. And there has been also a study that shows that fossil fuel company has been generating like almost 3 billion profit per day for the last 50 years. And they have generated so much money that allow them to change the whole system in the way that they want, that allowed them to buy the politicians, that allowed them to make the policies, that allow them to change everything that they want to do. So it is important to realize that, where is the power and like who is responsible in this part. So because they are a part of the problem, they also need to be a part of solution. And now the COP28, the 20th UN Climate Change Conference, it is being held in Dubai, which is like one of the major exporter of oil and coal, and who has a huge role in causing the climate crisis and so on. And now the conference is happening there, and the COP28 presidency himself is a CEO of an oil company, right? So we like we feel that they do not need to be in the conversation because they are the one who is responsible. But we also need to see it from another lens, because they are a part of problem. They are the huge part of the problem. They need to be in the table to have those discussions, no matter how hard it is for us to have conversations with them. They need to be engaged in this process. I think first we need to realize that no matter if they are polluted also, we need them on the table. We need them in the conversations. And some of the ways that business and corporations can play a positive role in addressing climate justice is, first is about like, avoiding greenwashing, because data still shows that lots of fossil fuel companies, the polluter companies, they spend a lot of money to generate wrong informations. Like even if we go in the Google and if we search like how to tackle climate crisis, it just shows that save the water, save energy, do individual actions, cycle, walk, and so on. Of course, yes, we need individual actions, but what we need to understand is individual actions did not cause climate change. Therefore, it is not going to solve the problem. And that also shows that just 100 companies are responsible for 70% of the global emission. So we need those 100 companies, right, to tackle this problem. So like first is about not taking part in the greenwashing, not diverting public people from the real solutions. First is that. And the next one is about taking a people-centered approach, people-centered and rights-based approach, like making sure that the work they are doing or the money they are investing in few companies they are giving to the government and so on, they are not using that money to violate human rights. They are not using that money to implement a project that is violating human rights on the grounds, that is based on human rights principle. Second is that. And third one is also about planning a just transition, because they have so much resources with them. They also need to be part of the conversations, part of the solution, that how do we shift from a majorly fossil fuel based economy to a renewable energy with a just transition in mind. And the next one is also about education, like how they are using their resources, how they are using their power to educate people on the ground, to provide them skills so that they can cope with the climate change impact and they can also be a part of solutions. Yeah, I can go on and on, but I'll stop here and ask Siddharth or Sergio to step in.
Yeah, can I go ahead, Brigitte? Yeah. Okay. So I would like to address this whole problem of how corporations can address climate injustice by talking about the base problem, which is climate change as a whole. And corporations produce more or less everything we use. And this is a driving factor towards global climate change, because we are unable to discern the how we want a profit over sustainability. How do we go ahead maintaining these numbers that we're producing while ensuring sustainability for the planet? It's important for us to understand that these corporate contributions to climate change, it's even more important that these major corporations drastically reduce these contributions as quickly as possible, because many companies have set down greenhouse gas target emissions. We all know of this, but most of these targets, which we have learned, are exclusive. They exclude the entire life cycle of these products that these companies are producing, right? And I believe that addressing these problems at the base level, which is climate change as a whole, is the driving factor towards ensuring how corporations can contribute to climate justice. Yeah, thank you.
Those are some great points, Shreya and Siddhartha. Sergio, did you have anything to add?
Well, I think the question is, how can we fight capitalism? Because that is I think that's the right question right now. Because if we talk about the business makers, we talk about somehow a scenario where these guys kill what is not important for them. I'm talking about forests. I'm talking about the animal extinction because of that. Because if you kill a forest, you're killing the animals' habitats. So it's important to debate about capitalism in these whole scenarios. Because as the panel was saying here, it's important to analyze the role of business makers for example, in the point that we need to do a climate study when we are building a factory in a certain neighborhood. So we need to take these all points so we can find a better solution to the problem we face. I think the right word for now is how can we fight capitalism? Because this is a businessman. If I need to build a factory in a certain neighborhood, I could pay, for example, for a politician to allow me to do so. So how can we fight this kind of problem, this kind of scenarios? If we're willing to build a better world, if we're willing to invest on this local-based solution, how can we do this if capitalism has been showing us that there's nothing to to leave behind if we can make money? How can we leave a rhino there if we can make money from it? So we need to talk about this kind of topics too.
Right, I agree on what all the points made by all three of you. Like you guys said, businesses are the root of the problem, so they should be part of the solution. And they make everything that we use and own, and they need to be part of the solution. And like Sergio said, capitalism is a huge problem, and it really needs to be addressed because they look at profit and money more than they look at the sustainability aspect, even though in 40, 50 years from now, this earth might not even be livable for these companies to thrive, or they might not even have customers anymore. So that is definitely something we should look at. This was a very, very insightful panel, and I learned so much from each and every one of you. Thank you to all the panelists, Shreya, Sergio, and Siddhartha. And we'll take a short 10-minute break and we'll move on to our next panel. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. It was great meeting you all.
Thank you. Great to hear from you both, Siddhartha and Sergio.
Likewise. Sergio, you're muted.
Oh, really sorry. I was saying it was a pleasure. So it was an honor to meet you and know a little bit more about what you think about this whole topic regarding to climate change, climate justice, etc. It was a pleasure.
Thank you.
Yeah, but yeah,
Bye-bye.
yeah.
Now, moving on to our second panel, Earth 2050, A Future Perspective. As we all know, the future of our planet lies with all of us, especially with the youth who need to take the matters into their own hands and step up to the cause. Our panelists are Ashish Singh, Sagar Koirala, Sarah Nyberg, and Kevin Tai. Ashish is a second-year undergraduate student of politics and international relations. He collaborates with young people across the world to spread word on sustainable development and public engagement via youth-led networks. Sagar is a part of the World Food Forum Youth Focal Point alumni group. He is a COP delegate, a climate activist, an agricultural and climate researcher, a think tank consultant, and a food systems champion. Sarah is working at the company South Pole in Stockholm, helping companies to take climate action. She calculates their carbon footprints and supports them in setting science-based climate targets and developing emission reduction strategies. She has been involved in various different environmental and climate organizations for 10 years. Currently, she's mainly involved in the organization Yes Europe, Young Leaders in Energy and Sustainability Europe, as the county representative lead. Kevin is an experienced coordinator with a demonstrated history of working in environmental and climate policies. He is skilled in sustainable development, disability rights, campaigns, environmental awareness, and climate change adaptation. Our facilitator for this panel is Saryu Chitto.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Pragna, for the kind introduction. Like she mentioned, my name is Saryu Chipu, and I'm very excited to be facilitating today's panel discussion, and I can't wait to hear all your perspectives. So without further ado, let's get started. So my first question to all of you is, what are some ways schools and universities can teach sustainability in a more engaging manner? And how can we help students get more involved with sustainability efforts? Can we start with Sarah, please? I would love to hear your perspective.
Yes, sure. And thank you so much for inviting me for speaking in this panel. So actually, first of all, I've been involved during my student time, both in high school and during university, in some organizations connected to the high school or university related to sustainability. So actually, I started my engagement already 2008 in my school. So we had an environmental committee in my school, and I remember that we went around the classrooms and counted the number of lamps and talked with the landlord, how can we shift them to like LED lamps, which use less electricity than like incandescent lamps. So that could be one way to, if there's none already in your school, so you can start an environmental committee and do some projects in your school. We also got our school to start meat-free Monday, or like one vegetarian day per week, because before that it was like 2 times per year when it was vegetarian, and then it was pancakes, which I like a lot, but you can't eat pancakes once a week. Yeah, and we also got to have beehives on the roof of our school. So it was really nice to see some concrete action. It's usually easy to start like local and so on to get some concrete action. And later on, yeah, I want to give space to the others as well, so I can be a bit short. But later on during my university time, I was engaged in Fossil Free. It's a campaign to make universities to divest from fossil fuels, so remove investments from fossil fuel companies. And we didn't really succeed during that part. I was engaged, but we did our best and did some campaigning at least. And just my last example is also you can do something called the Climate Fresh Workshop, which I'm a facilitator in since 2 years. So you learn about the causes and effects of climate change, get to reflect a bit, like what are your feelings related to climates, both like negative, but can also be positive feelings. And then you talk about solutions. So yeah, if you, like please get in contact with with the Climate Frisk. You find like national representatives on the website if you want to join the workshop or become a facilitator. So yeah, actually I've been involved in many ways through school or university. Yeah.
That's amazing. Would anyone else like to respond as well?
Okay, I'd like to add something. So I think like in Nepal, so we have like federalism to a great extent, and local bodies like municipalities can make the school curriculum themselves. So I think we need to prioritize making this school curriculum uh, regarding the climate aspects, agricultural aspects, and how the climate change is happening. Understanding starting from the basics of climate change. Maybe I think can start with class 6, 7, then it can go in longer way. And I think that universities should also like promote the concept of more sustainability and like sustainable. We should also promote the concept of sustainable lifestyle, even eating. Like we can eat more plant-based diet, even like even raw fresh food and all those things. And even like we can promote the concept of of gardening in the school, nutritious gardening, so that students can grow some fruits, vegetables, and they can harvest themselves, and that can they consume. So I think these are the things we can make effort, and I think government should, especially education department, and the people concerned with the ministry should do a lot of funding for these things, because I think they lack funding in climate issues. So I think with proper funding and proper resources, we can create a great impact. Thank you.
All right, if no one else wants to add anything else, let's move on to our second question. So the second question is, how can we ensure that sustainability efforts are engaging and accessible to all youth, regardless of socioeconomic status or location? And anyone can take this question if they are up for it. Evan, why don't we start with you?
Okay, sorry, come again.
So the question was, how can we ensure that sustainability efforts are engaging and accessible to youth, regardless of socioeconomic status or location?
Okay, I think on my side, it will depend maybe on which perspective of sustainability you're talking about. For example, you know, there was a time I was in UK, I was attending COP26, and we found that in Europe, it's not like in Africa. Mostly you find in our school here in Africa, most of the people doesn't understand what is climate change. So first of all, you need to educate them, and you need to teach them like how to do this in a simple way compared to, people in Europe, maybe they are advanced and they understand very well what is climate change, the effect and the impact. But when you live in a village where people doesn't understand what is climate change, most of them, they usually think climate change is a curse. So for me, it usually think the way method and which method are you using maybe to educate and also to influence this youth? For example, in my community, what I've been using mostly, I've been trying to use sports and also music to make that, this thing is very entertaining, and they find that most of these youth love watching football, they love playing music. So if you can try to input those methods, I think you are going to find like most people, regardless of their age, their religion, they can come and participate. Compared to, I've been trying to use like a strike, but strike doesn't work in my area because most people doesn't believe in strike. So people usually believe like in a simple way, like environmental tournament, try to use music and also try to distribute like aids, like supply them with food, supply them with the trees. They can understand very well what is climate change. Yeah, I think that is my perspective. Yeah.
That's a very good perspective. Yes, Sarah, go ahead.
I just can agree on that with the sports or culture, like in the question how to make it more engaging, because many people aren't so attracted to, like, because often climate is like a lot about climate science. It feels kind of dry and like scientific, and like you don't understand it. But if you weave in some more things which engage them, because many people play some kind of sports or play an instrument or sing or something, that makes it much more engaging. And we need to involve as many people as possible in climate and environmental engagements. So that's really important. And I was actually at a conference last year. It was a IDG summit, Inner Development Goals Summit, which is like inner development for sustainable development. And as part of the conference, there were like some poetry and some singing and someone playing a guitar. And actually during a conference today in the break, someone was playing the guitar. So I think that's really, really important to bring those elements. And secondly, also relating to Kevin, I've also been at COP, so the UN climate conferences, and there I've seen a lot. I mean, I've been lucky that I could fund myself. I mean, I come from a wealthy country, but I know so many. I've met people from all over the world at the COPs, and many, especially young people, have struggled to get funding to participate in the climate conferences. And there, I think there are good initiatives, not enough, but there are initiatives to actually have funding or some sponsored places to make it more accessible for young people to participate. And actually, so I've been trying to push that a bit myself. So not really exactly the UN COP, but a related body called CTCN, Climate Technology Center and Network. And they have an advisory board to which we, so Youngos, so the youth organizations, have a representative. And there we have pushed to get some kind of funding to participate in those meetings of the CTCN. We have kind of succeeded by getting actually an official spot in the board. We, as far as I understand, like get some funding from that. So that is great. But otherwise, more in general, how to make conferences and events more accessible. I mean, either make sure that the activities are at low cost or totally for free, or have it like diversion, so the people who can pay for the conference, and the people who don't have so much resources, they don't need to pay, or they can pay a lower cost. I've seen that in different occasions before. Or also enable digital participation if you don't get the money to travel somewhere. But I also know, from knowing people from the UN climate conferences, that in some countries you don't have a good and stable internet connection. So you might think that you're doing a good thing by enabling digital participation, but for some that doesn't help them a lot because they don't even have a stable access to internet. Those were my points I wanted to share.
Those are really good points. And I agree with the music and singing point as well. I wanted to touch on that a little bit because I think it makes it more engaging, especially to younger adults and younger students. So I thought that was a really, really good point. And I hope universities and schools kind of bring that in to the curriculum as well. I think that'd be amazing. And moving on to our third question. So in your opinion, what role do you think young people play in finding new solutions to sustainable problems? Sagar, would you like to?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think because youth are the future of tomorrow and the change agents, so they have the great potential to bring the change, and they are the ones who are most affected by the climate change. And if you look at the scenario, so the impact of global warming will be mostly seen after like maybe 15, 20 years after, means it is still affecting us, but the major impact will be seen. So at that the time, the elderly people will be out of this world or will be very old. So it's the youth that will be get the most affected. So I think it's the high time we youth should start getting into these issues. We should talk on this, and I think only planting tree, riding bicycle is not enough. I think we need more and more climate policy makers. So like because there are very few youth representation even in the government and even the UN bodies. So I think with the more representation of more youth, I think we can create a difference. And with our voice, with youth voice, so it's we can create a positive impact. We can aware people, and then we can uh, also ensure that it's not too late, because we are already our actions are already not up to the limit of the Paris Climate Agreement. But if we start now with if all youth start now with all the uh, together, then I think we can create a great difference. And I think that we also need to provide necessary skills and opportunities to use, and like, and the funding should also be provided, not only like monetary, but also technical resources and other funding as well. So with proper opportunity, I think youth can create a great difference. And I think youth are very important for not only for any country, but for all across the world. So youth are, the more we invest in youth, the more the country benefits. So I think young people should like encouraged, be prioritized, just like previous speakers mentioned, like maybe like to art form, maybe like we can do activism, or like maybe music or some any way. So there are different ways through which we can promote sustainable initiatives. And the youth, they they want to create a difference. They have like a, youth have, we call them our like hot boiled youth. So they have like very hard blood and like very determined to create a change, and they have great passion. So with the right guidance from other people and opportunity, they can surely make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer. In regards to your answer, I think you mentioned that riding bicycles and planting trees are not the only things that we can do. So in your opinion, what else could we do to promote sustainability?
So actually, I think the first and the most important thing is that we need more and more climate policy makers. Like I think some of the policies, climate policies in global south are very bad, and like we need to change them. And I am from global south, from Nepal. So Nepal is very much affected, and we are the fourth most vulnerable country in terms of climate change in the world. So but we are not accounted, we don't emit even 0.01%. So our emission is very less. So I think we need to create some good policies. Youth should be more engaged in this initiative. And like just like in the COP28, just like the creation of loss and damage fund. So I think the loss and damage fund should be used in mobilizing youth, providing them with resources, and then create a better generation, which will help create a better world.
Thank you for your answer. That was very informative. So if no one else has anything else to add, no. Okay. Oh no, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for giving me the word again. Just to comment on what you said, like this, like, yeah, it's good to make behavioral changes on an individual level, and I mean, I also, or like educate, as you said, or to bicycle, or eat more, like, especially us in the global north, to eat more vegetarian and less meat, and that's great. But then we also need to work, as you said, like more political solutions, or work more to have a systemic impact, because it's a big system, and we need to change not only things like on the top, but on a deeper level in the system. And so, for example, political suggestions, or working with changing norms, changing mindsets, or like changing the economic system. I know you can't do it overnight. It's like more difficult and it takes more time, but that's in the end how we do the deeper changes, and like what's actually the root cause of the problems we see today, and not only work like somehow on the surface. And I mean, yeah, I'm not saying that it's not needed to do individual changes or so, because that's absolutely important as well. But if we really like want to have a deeper change, and yeah, therefore we need to work on a systemic level also. Like, we need to work both on the solutions which can create an impact short term, but also already now need to work on changes which make an impact on the long term. So things which take longer time to change, but then we need to start today, because like we're running out of time, like we're in a climate crisis. So we need to act on like all levels at the same time.
So to kind of follow up from that question, I kind of wanted to ask, what kind of legislation do you guys think should be enacted in order to see long-term, short-term change? Because I think someone on the panel mentioned that we're really deterring away from the Paris climate or agreement, right? So what kind of legislations do you guys think that we need to put into place, like specifically? And take your time to answer. I think it's quite a loaded question.
So I think like most of the countries, so like the representation of youth is very nominal. So like I was fortunate enough to be the election observer of Bosnia and Herzegovina presidential election, and I especially focused on the climate and agricultural issues, and like there were very less talk about the climate and agricultural issues, and like the representation of youth was very low. Means there are some states reserved for youth, but that was very less, not even 10%. So, and like most of the opportunity were taken up by elderly people. So elderly people don't know the problems of youth. So we need more youth who have faced the problem, who have been impacted by the climate change. We want the people who are most affected, most vulnerable, also indigenous people. So I think we need to create some represent some seats. We need to allocate some seats for people from you, indigenous communities, from marginalized communities, and even from like people with disabilities, even women, because they are highly vulnerable to climate change. And also, we should also make sure that the government provide much and much resources to people. And like I think not only in the legislature, I think legislature is also very important. And just as I mentioned previously, so we need more and more climate policy makers. So from that statement, I didn't mean that other action are not good. So other action are good, but I mean to say we just planting and trees and just riding bicycle is not enough. So we need to go to a next step. And just like previous speaker mentioned, we need to bring a systemic change. So I think, and some reforms need to be done. And like I'm not a good with political things. I'm just venturing into climate policy making, and I just study it. And I do hope to means get to learn more about these things and train many youth in my country, in back in Nepal and in other countries, and empower them to be climate policy makers. So it's not compulsion for all of us to be policy makers. It is good if we are into policy making, but we can also be the advisor of like presidents, prime minister, and we can suggest them in bringing reforms and all those things. So I think such changes can bring means a positive change. And legislature is also important, and like from executive point of view as well. So I think it is important that the government, the ministry, so all the council of ministers, they all should also act accordingly. And actually, yeah, and judiciary is also important because it it acts as a watchdog. And I think the role of all three bodies are very important, but obviously legislature has the more thing to do, and we need more and more opportunities, more and more seats and platforms for youth and the people who are mostly affected by the climate change. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer. I think Ashish is here. So welcome, Ashish. We're currently talking about sustainability and legislation. So does anyone else have anything else to add?
Yes, yeah, I think I can add on something. Yeah, I think that the legislature will work unless we don't have like corruption, because I can give you an example in Kenya. Like in last year or the other year, we had UNEP. They were talking about plastic, how you can stop plastic, not only in Kenya, but around the world. But here in Kenya, people are still using plastic. And this is a rule have been passed by one leader. And we have been able to see like different Paris, different treaties, different agreements. Here you're talking about Paris Agreement, Basel Convention, Glasgow Climate Impact. We have as many as you can mention, but it doesn't put, we are still have them in papers, in files, but they are not being worked on. I think what I can say is a matter of individual and also the government to work on each legislature, and also to make sure that they are serious, because you found that the legislature, like laws, they are usually not they're not favoring poor people, but they are favoring rich people. Here I'm talking about, there's a time you had a campaign in Kenya known as Africa is not a dumpster. We started a campaign in Kenya known as Africa is not a dumpster. We were fighting about, because US under there's a company there in US, they wanted to export their plastic into Kenya, not only in Kenya, but in Africa in form of trade. And the time we started this campaign, because in Basel Convention Agreement, it stated very well that you cannot dispose hazard material and plastic material to these undeveloped countries. And you find that this rich country, they can come and dump those plastic material here in Africa, and also I think in some part there in Asia, in form of, they want to create like a job opportunity. They want to create a big factory, and this is not correct. So if you have this legislator, I think it can work very well per country, and each country, they need to be serious, because if you're talking about you need to stop plastic and you are still producing plastic, I think that doesn't work. You find like a country like Rwanda, I think Rwanda, they have been working very well in terms of how they have been making their country be very clean, but you find some countries, they have not maybe banned plastic. Here in Kenya, we have been able to ban plastic, but in my area and in other area, we're still using plastic. So it's a matter of how can you make sure that this legislator, they have been able to put in practice, not in files. Yeah.
Go ahead, Sarah.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, for policy, I mean, I had one course about policy, but I studied engineering, so I mean, I'm definitely not a policy expert. But I mean, there are so many policies which governments around the world would need to implement. I mean, everything from about plastic, as you said, to making it easier to take public transport and better biking lanes compared to driving a car, or like putting more money on trains, or making it easier to recycle, or making it better for like more money for renewable electricity production. For example, in Sweden, we have a very long process for if you want to build a wind power farm or wind power plants. That takes like 10 years or so, because the process is just so long, and it's good to have stakeholder consultations, but that takes so long time, and we don't have that time. So we, as I said before, when in a climate crisis, we need to act with a big urgency. So yeah, that's something you can do. And then also, like, if you look a bit, at the systemic level, so what's kind of the root cause? Like, just my analysis is, among others, that one of the big problems is that companies, they need to do profit every year. They need to increase their profits, need to produce more and more products. They want us to consume more, and, producing more products causes more greenhouse gas emissions and uses a lot of more resources. And we don't have an endless planet. We have a finite planet with finite amount of resources. So we cannot have endless growth. So one thing I would do if I were to decide, if I was in the government, to push for somehow like change the economic system or limit the possibility for companies to grow, because it's not possible in the end. So yeah, that would be something I would do. And also promoting more like non-profits or perhaps cooperatives, because often more if they have cooperatives, like non-profit cooperatives, like you collaborate more, you and you don't have to make profits, so you can really do more on what's better for the planet and not only what maximizes our profits. So yeah, that's something I would do if I could decide.
That'd be a really good legislation. But moving on to our next question. So what are some key challenges that future generations will face when it comes to sustainability, and how can we prepare them for these challenges? Why don't we start with Ashish? Welcome.
Hello. Thank you for having me. And I know I was a bit late just because of circumstances, but okay. There are a lot of challenges which we must prepare the next generation or even our own generation for as we grow up. Some of them being, rising from a sustainability aspect. It's also about rising temperatures, especially in the global south. To what extent is that going to be sustainable for people's health, nutrition, lifestyles, or even the economies because of declining productivity across the world and across the board? Exactly. So I think from a sustainability aspect, declining productivity and then rising temperatures and then lack of resources. For example, our current systems of energy production are of course not sustainable. They are not up to mark in terms of they cannot last very long. And even if they do, they are not doing a great favor to us in terms of while of course in terms of present energy generation systems, they are giving us a lot of mobility, but they're not giving us a good future because of course, increasing pollution, temperatures, etc. From a policy perspective, how can we break out of this chain? One of the aspects is funding, but then again, there are data and statistics which say, the global south or even the world combined needs almost more than $2 trillion US of funding every year to, go green and to fund their climate transitions, carbon neutral transitions. One of the ways in which this money can be mobilized in terms of preparing the future generation from a sustainability aspect is, I guess, blended finance. Just to pitch in on the previous discussion that was being had. My co-panelists were talking about social enterprise. They hinted at social enterprises and bringing more philanthropy, etc. I guess even I would go a step beyond grant making, and in my mind, if we can evolve business models which are focused on sustainability, of course, a lot of examples are there across the global south. I can name a lot. If we can infuse business models into these processes, I think that's a good way to sort of make sure that these enterprises are self-sustainable. And once these enterprises are operating in the field of sustainability are self-sustainable, it becomes very easy sort of to scale these things up. So I think one of the ways in which such enterprises, such initiatives can be supported is blended finance, where philanthropic capital combines with commercial capital to create this additionality, this concessionality aspect or that effect, where these social enterprises have the money to stand up and to get to a point in their growth trajectory where they can become self-sustainable. So I think it's a combination of policy, it's a combination of making an enabling environment for blended like philanthropic and commercial capital to combine, and then sort of look at how to scale up these social enterprises from a sustainability mindset to secure our future. So that would be my intervention on this question.
Thank you for that answer. That was amazing. Does anyone else have anything else to add? No? All right. So our next question is, what kind of world do we want to create for future generations, and how can we go about doing that? What are some steps that we can take to ensure this future? Can we start with Kevin?
Okay. Okay, so yeah, for me, first of all, we need to have to make sure that you have been able to impact this future, especially these kids and also upcoming leaders with climate education, because that is our first thing we need to do, climate education, because some of them, they have been just learning through climate education through listening maybe to radio or learning through social media. But if we can start as early as possible in primary school, teaching our kids about climate change, talking to them small thing about how can you make sure the environment is clean, we are going to have good future leaders and everyone. So for me, it's just we need to impact this kid with climate education and to make sure we are started to treat them as early as possible so we can have good leader in the future. Not you have been like here in Kenya, most of the people usually learn about climate change the time they have reached maybe university or the time they have decided to take a course in climate change or environment. But if we can try to teach this kid as early as possible, we're going to have those leaders who know that if you want to conserve the environment, if you want to make sure that you have been able to prevent climate change or to prevent anything in the future like this, we need to do this, to do one, two, three things. And in order to do this, we need to have those leaders who have been able to learn as early as possible.
Thank you for your answer. Go ahead, Sarah.
Thank you. First of all, I think it's a great question that you're asking about, like, what world do we want to create for future generations? Like, what future world do we want to have? I really think, or I'm very convinced that we need to focus more on positive visions of the future and actually like encourage everyone who listen to this to write or paint or just think about your own future positive vision. Like, how do you want the world to look like in 20 or 50 years? Because it's so much more motivating, like according to science, to work towards something positive than reducing something negative. Because it feels like the last years, the environmental movement has been like, you need to eat less meat and you need to fly less, at least like where I'm from. But I think it is much more motivating if you work like, okay, if you eat more vegetarian, that's better for your health. It's better for animal welfare. If you take the bike instead of taking the car, that's better for your health. And also if you have this positive vision, it's much more easier to like work towards that if you know what you're working towards. I know also like people in elite who do elite sports. I mean, it's like a proof if they visualize how it will go when they cross that goal line after marathon or whatever, and they're the number one, like then that's much more likely to happen. But then, I mean, if I would share my positive future vision here, because I've thought about it myself, I think that would take a long time, but I can just mention like a few words, like how I would see like some words, how I think that a positive world would be in the future. I mean, it doesn't not only have to be low carbon, like low greenhouse gas emissions, but also more fair and just, both regarding global justice, social justice, gender equality, also more democratic. We see, for example, in Europe, a big like wind towards like very far right parties, extreme, and so it's really important with democracy. Also, the future needs to be more local and decentralized. We have so much like centralized power, but I mean, you know people better, like the ones you live close to. The future needs also to be more caring and sympathetic, in opposite to individualistic. And the future also needs to be more simpler and minimalistic, like in opposite to complex, because the world is so complex today and we almost cannot handle it. And also minimalistic, because we have so much stuff, which at least the global north, And by having a lot of things, I mean, those have cost emissions. So we need to have fewer things and use them well and take care of our things instead of like having a clothing for a few years and then throwing away, or a phone for just a short time and then throwing it away. So yeah, those are some of the aspects. Some of the aspects of a future positive vision.
Yeah, no, that seems like an amazing world. I would love to live in it. Ashish, did you have something to say?
Amazing thoughts coming up. Really, really happy to see them. In my opinion, in Global South, there is a huge sense of urgency with respect to the world people want to see. I mean, I do not think in terms of how I would like the world to be 10, 20 years from now. I personally think about how should I want the world to be right now, and then start working towards that. I think that is what is defining a lot of youth action today. And in terms of what we want the world to be and what to do towards that, I think a lot of it is also about awareness amongst young people who are going to take the charge very soon. They are taking in a lot of places. So energy awareness, awareness about climatic patterns, climate action, policy, sustainability. Of course, all of this is very important. I mean, as the regional officer for Asia Pacific for 1 year in SDS and Youth of SSP, of SDG Students Program, I was handling a lot of programs, awareness programs and campus hubs in the Asia Pacific countries. And what we found was, as we orient and create programs which focus on more community impact, in the energy literacy and literacy about climate change and etc. And of course, sensitivity to environment increases. So it's more about going out there and doing these, initiatives, community impact drives, etc. And it's very easy to do these actually in these days, where in a hyper globalized world where we have college and school campuses to which we can route these initiatives. For example, I am the engagement lead at the Geostrata, which is an Indian youth think tank. And we are currently working with the BRICS nations for making, for hosting a youth energy summit in South Africa in Cape Town or somewhere near later this year. So it's about such, multilateral, multi-governance, multinational initiatives where young people can link up outside the purview of government and then strike a discourse about what the world should be and then work towards it. So that's a perspective right there.
That's amazing. Does anyone else have anything to add? Okay, so just to wrap up, we have like 3 minutes on the clock. I just want to ask one last question. What are some potential consequences of not taking action now? Sagar, would you like to start us off?
Can you repeat the question? Sorry, there are some background noises in here. So
No, of
I'm
course.
sorry, can you repeat the question?
The question is, what are some potential consequences of not taking action now?
So we are already late. So there are a lot of agreements have been done, and we have been talking about climate thing, and it's just recent 10-15 years that the issue of climate has gone very poorly, because previously the climate was just a small issue, and there were some people, big politicians who told that climate change is hoax and there is no climate change happening, even in the most powerful and biggest country of world, USA. So the former president Donald Trump, so he used to say that there is no climate change, and he just we do from Paris Climate Agreement and all those things. So we need, I think, more and more youth. I think more and more people should be uh, involved in this, in aware in creating difference. Because if we will not, then we won't have a world. So this is not a earth of only human beings. It is equally for all plants, animals, and microorganisms as well. So we can't just utilize the resources, over exploit them, and for our benefits. We also should think about other living beings. So we all should all work together And I think that if we won't work, then I think we can't survive. I think maybe after like 50, 60 years. So I think the survival in the earth won't be possible, because with the way we are going on, with the way the pollution is going on, all the problems are going on. So it looks very difficult. So it's very urgent that you need to create a positive solution. And we also promote social enterprises, eco enterprises. And talking about, I think there will also be like problem like a lot of natural calamities, and and we will even face pandemics. Like COVID was also like somewhat due to uh, the climate change. So we'll face such issues in regular interval. So I think it's very important that we take the action, because we will face a lot of negative consequences that will have many repercussions, and we can't cope it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ashish, would you like to go next?
Building on Sagar's point, we are already having a lot of repercussions, as my neighbor from Nepal knows, from a climate and environmental aspect. I think one of the key things to ponder upon as we go forward is dehyphenating the climate discourse from uh, cushions or silos of ideology. For now, in the global political discourse, climate is often seen as a purview or a refuge of a particular faction, let's say the left, as opposed to the right. I think these are particular issues. Any climate, environment, sustainability are issues that are intellectual, that are mechanical, and that are deeply from from a policy perspective, rather than from an ideological perspective. So it needs to be rescued from such silos, so that we can talk about climate change across the board, rather than throwing imputives at each other. And that also implies not attributing lack of climate action to saying that it's because of a right-wing government in power in a particular state, or a lack of democracy. I think climate action is value neutral. It is politically neutral, and it should not be conflated with notions of, let's say, democraticness or less democracy, etc. I think climate action should exist both ways, in both spectrums, in a way that it can be, the discourse can be scaled up into policy across the board, rather than just pigeonholing the climate discourse into one particular echo chamber where it actually becomes meaningless. So these are things that we, as young people, need to be very, very careful about while going about the things that we do. So yeah.
Thank you for your answer. Go ahead, Sarah.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I'm very passionate about climate change, and we know it's a big problem. We are in a climate crisis, as I've said several times, but we mustn't forget that we have other environmental issues as well. But there's something called the planetary boundaries. If you're haven't heard about it, I would suggest looking it up. So planetary boundaries. So it's basically an evaluation of of different environmental problems. Is it 9, and 6 out of 9 have already been transgressed, the planetary boundary has been we have an overshoot, so it's in a bad state. So some of those others are biodiversity, so that's also a negative really critical issue we need to work with. But then we also have social problems, rising inequality and diseases and pandemics, as we have experienced, and it will based on my understanding, it will only happen more and more often, more pandemics in the future. So these different crises, you can also call them polycrisis or meta-crisis. And yeah, it is very serious. And I'm honestly afraid of what will happen if we don't, especially if we don't take climate action seriously. There's something called environmental tipping points. So we have irreversible changes. So if one system switches over on a certain limit, it goes in a really bad way, and then we cannot go back. So one example is Amazonas. So in Brazil, at a limit, when you cut down, enough or much forest, then it will kind of become like a savanna, because the moisture level, it cannot uphold itself. And also related to climate, there's also a theory or a science or something scientific report where they talk about the hothouse Earth, that if the whole planet goes over certain tipping points, it will only go like in a negative spiral, and we will reach this like hothouse Earth, and it will like, to me, it seems like hell. But I really don't want to end on this negative note. As I said before, it's so important to focus on like positive visions. And so like many of us who have, I mean, first of all, it's important with education, as I believe it was Kevin who said. So first of all, you need to learn about the issues. But at the same time, so as we do in this Climate Fresh workshop, we also talk about the solutions. So we need to take action now. It's not too late, but it's very urgent. So my last words will be like, like we have known about these issues for a long time, and we aren't near enough where we should be in working with sustainability issues. But we just need to do the best as we can and just do this together, collaborate, help out each other out, and share knowledge and share skills with each other, and just do the best as we can. And let's just do our best and have future positive visions which we can strive towards. Yeah, thank you.
And I agree, we need to end on a positive note. But thank you so much for discussing and sharing your perspectives. It was very, very informative. And now I'd like to hand it back to Pragna.
Thank you. That was such a powerful panel. Thank you so much to all of our panelists for sharing your perspectives on this very, very important topic. Thank you, Sagar, Sarah, Kevin, Asish, and thank you, Saryu, for hosting these amazing discussions. I learned so much just by listening. Before our next panel, we'll have a short 10-minute break, but thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. And we just finished our first and second panels, and they were very power-packed, and we learned so much from both of them. So thank you to all of our speakers. Welcome Siddhartha. He is our facilitator for this panel. So we'll move on to panel 3 now. Panel 3's theme is the Conference of Parties, or COP28. COP28 is the 28th session of the Conference of Parties. COP is held every year to discuss and find solutions for climate change. This year, it'll be held in the UAE at Dubai Expo City from November 30th to December 12th, 2023. Our panelists are Dunya Trifanovic, Zuzana Baruska, Kaluki Palmutuku, and Lucy Plummer. Dunya is a country coordinator at Climate Smart Agriculture Youth Network. She is a member of UNCT Serbia Youth Advisory Group, where she is part of the subgroup focused on youth engagement and climate action. She participated in the COP27 UN Conference on Climate Change as a UNICEF youth delegate and represented Serbia at the pre-COP26 conference held in Milan. Zuzana is the founder and president of the Open Dialogues International Foundation. She's experienced in project management, team leadership, advocacy, NGOs, public campaigning, and awareness raising, climate diplomacy, United Nations, and multilateral environmental agreements. Kaluki is an environmental conservation and natural resource management professional. Environmental advocacy through communication and on-the-ground action in environmental matters are his major areas. He believes that social media and digital spaces and youth power, when well used, are powerful means to influence change in our society, especially in this post-2015 agenda on sustainable development. Lucy works with organizations to help improve and strengthen provisions for meaningful youth engagement and participation. She has coordinated youth engagement at several climate and environmental conferences within the United Nations Climate Convention and the United Nations Environmental Program. Siddhartha Salagrama will be facilitating this panel.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Pragna, for the introduction. I am Siddhartha Salagrama. I'm a Sustainable Development undergraduate, currently enrolled in a Master of Environmental Science graduate program. I'm very happy to be here today, facilitating this conversation with everyone. It is amazing to see you all at the Global Youth Sustainability Summit of 2023. In case you all didn't know, this is the next big thing after the Conference of Parties. Keep in mind, this is more of a discussion, not a seminar, so feel free to give your own 2 cents on a topic, even though I do not call out your name specific. We are here to discuss things under EcoTeens, and like teens, we shall converse. I have a set of questions I would like to ask each one of you, but don't feel the need to stick to those questions only. They've only been created to have a structure to the conversation. We only have half an hour to do this, so I'll go ahead and start with the questions. So the theme for today's discussion is Conference of Parties, COP28 to be precise, which is taking place in Dubai this November. Over the last few decades, we have had numerous conferences of parties, 28 to be exact. What do you think about the progression over the years? Do you think we as a group have come any closer to gaining a clearer cut, more precise understanding of how to proceed and deal with the issue at hand in a more sustainable manner? Feel free to go ahead and talk about it.
I don't mind jumping in first. Oh, Junya, unless you want to go. First of all, thank you so much for the invitation to be here. I'm really happy to be on this panel with the rest of the speakers. I have been to 2 COPs before, so COP28 will be the 3rd one for me. So in terms of like the process itself, I would say that the COP process has moved slowly forward, and I think I would attribute a lot of that to the role of civil society groups kind of, pushing forward the agenda. After I got back from COP27, it's very overwhelming to be at the COP, especially, you know, if you're able to be there for the full 2 weeks. There's just so much going on, so much, you know, it's mentally draining, emotionally draining. There's just so much going on. And I really reflected on the process, because I think COP27 was remarkable in one sense of the loss and damage. So I reflected on like so from the beginning of the COPs, like the earlier COPs and the discussions around mitigation, and it was really focused on how to reduce, you know, how to limit the severity of climate change. And you had things like the Kyoto Protocol, followed by the Paris Agreement. And then the discussion kind of moved away from mitigation towards adaptation. So this kind of, it implies that there was this real understanding that we may be too late to be able to actually mitigate. Now it's about how do we adapt to climate change. And now I think, you know, COP27 was really kind of, for me, a moment of reckoning, where it was about the conversation moved towards loss and damage, and how do we now, you know, compensate for the loss and damage that has already been caused by climate change. So you can see this, you know, from conversations on mitigation, then to adaptation, and now we're at the point of talking about loss and damage. And you could see that, yeah, it's kind of like in a negative sense, like, you know, we've kind of recognized that we can no longer mitigate. Now we're struggling to even talk about adapting, and now we're at the point of talking about how can we compensate. So you can see it in a kind of, you know, a negative light, but I choose to see kind of more hopeful and positive perspectives on it. And for me, this is why I go back to the role of civil society groups, because I feel, you know, the conversation around loss and damage was the first time it was officially recognized where the responsibility for climate change lies in the, you know, countries in the industrialized nations. And before that, that conversation has just been a stalemate for a long time. There's not been any official like declaration or recognition that it's the countries that have, you know, industrialized that need to hold account and responsibility and start, you know, really supporting those countries that are struggling and, you know, struggling the most with climate change. So, and I think, yeah, again, to highlight civil society groups standing up. The UN has been opening up more so over the years to really open up the space for civil society, and it's civil society who've been demanding that space as well. And I think that is, it's changed the discourse to focus on actually we're getting to the real heart and the core of the issue now. I feel. I'll stop there. Let someone else go.
Thank you so much, Lucy. That was a great point about loss and change being finally identified. Susanna, you want to go ahead? You've raised your hand.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to just add on this. Hello, everyone. First of all, my name is Susanna. Thank you very much for inviting me to this panel and having this very important conversation on the COP28. And also thank you, Siddhartha, I hope I pronounce your name correctly, for this very important question on the progress of COPs over the years. So for me, I've been involved in the COPs since the COP24. So yeah, I've been to 4 COPs already, and this will be my 5th. So I've seen a few years of this progress, or not progress, but you know, I don't have a very long-term perspective. Also, when I was starting, I was like 16 years old. So I don't know if I can say a lot about it, but I would say this is very difficult because, you know, many people can have many different opinions. For example, I have 2 different opinions already. My first opinion is the one from the youth activist, where I think that, you know, every COP is like a disaster, not necessary, that we are progressing not fast enough. And I have like these swings from, you know, it's a disaster to it's wonderful and very excited and so on. And then as a negotiator, as I started recently being a negotiator, I have more realistic approach maybe to this, where I see that it's a very complicated process, and that yes, there is progress, and this goes out of any discussion kind of that we have progressed a lot, let's say, since the first COP, because countries are now aware at least that they have to do something about climate change. There are new solutions being developed. We have new ambitious policies, targets, and most importantly, we have public attention on this issue of climate change, and we have more and more engagement also, as Lucy mentioned, from the stakeholders, from the civil society, which I think are really key in this process and are really important moving force for it. But yeah, definitely also the progress is slower than it should be, kind of. And I understand that for some people, they're really getting tired of these COPs happening every year and like not delivering satisfactory results. But I think definitely it has helped so far to create a common understanding, as you said it, between all the nations. As it is kind of the COP is, probably the only platform for all of them to come together and discuss it. And there's definitely so far more understanding of where we are at least and what the problems are, maybe not yet exactly how we should deal with them, but I hope we can work on it and I hope we can solve the issues on time. Thank you. I think that's it for now.
Thank you so much, Susanna. Dunya, you wanted to talk about the question?
Yeah, I can also answer. I mean, I don't have experience as a negotiator as Susanna does. So it's a bit of a different perspective, as I attended only one COP and one pre-COP, and I was UN observer. So I didn't have opportunity to really engage in negotiations. But what can I say is that we have made some progression, and really the IPCC report shows it, that, the measures taken by countries have resulted in some positive changes, but at the same time, it is not enough, and it is always that thing that it takes time and really to first negotiate things and then to implement them. We are still in the process of implementing what we agreed on with Paris Agreement and so on. So I think, I'm really hopeful for the future as well. I think loss and damage fund is a huge step forward, but we are progressing in a very slow pace. And also, when you look at it, it's an environmental conference and a lot of leaders are coming with private jets. So we are also, by bringing all the people at the same place, emitting a lot. So it could be maybe done in a different format, sort of an online format, but that is something to be explored further. Yeah, that would be a bit of my perspective.
Yeah, that was a great point about the whole private jet part. I've seen it being discussed a whole lot on the online forums over the last couple of years. But yeah, it is something that we still observe every single year. And Kaluki, do you have anything you would like to contribute?
Thanks for this. And I think I totally agree with other speakers. Of course, there's been progress, not as much as we would expect. I think for me, it also goes back to the role of, diplomacy. This will be my fourth COP. I started with COP25 in Madrid. And since then, I was really very much of a novice, but I believe, having participated in the last 2 or 3 COPs and actually meeting with Lucy in one of the COPs in the UK, you somehow learn that it's a bit of a tedious process. I mean, countries have to prepare agendas, regions have to prepare agendas, and there's just a lot of stakeholder engagement. And at times that means, we don't simply just need a yes or a no, right? There's a lot of, work that goes into the clause, into the agreements, into some of these topics that have to then be presented at the climate conferences. So yes, I do understand the bit of slowness. Maybe it's attributed to that, the diplomacy and the negotiations. But definitely, we know in the crisis, and the crisis is not waiting. So even as we talk about progress and us moving from mitigation to more adaptation and loss and damage discussions, and now from what I'm seeing, the discussions being more about energy, just energy, as we work towards COP28, I do strongly believe, like other youth, that we somehow need to increase the pace and actually seeing how we can act swiftly and in more realistic timelines to ensure that we also safeguard our planet much as we are thinking about sustainable development. That it does not have to happen at the expense of nature, and of course, it does not have to happen at the expense of people. So that needs more progress, and really we need to put nature and people at the center of this whole conversation.
Thank you so much, Karuki. I think that was a great point. As everyone has said, climate change is being slowly dealt with, whether it be on the policy front or the environmental front. Slow progress is not a bad sign at all, considering the magnitude of the issue that we have at hand. I think that climate change is not like how it's portrayed in the movies. It's not a doomsday that is arriving. Climate change is a series of bottom level changes that occur and have been occurring for years now. If you go to the base level stakeholders of this issue, the farmers, the fishermen, they would not know what climate change is unless you break it down to its key characteristics. They know that temperatures have been increasing over the last few years. They know that monsoons that are supposed to occur in June are now coming up in November. So I think that's a key point that everyone needs to remember, how climate change is something that needs to be dealt with at the base level rather than tackling it straight up, top to bottom. And yeah, now we can go ahead to the next question. Um, these conferences have been happening for decades now. They have been receiving more public support and recognition over the last few years. What do you think we as youth can do to spread the word about these conferences? How can we ensure everyone understands the gravity of these conferences and why they are the key to a future which we all are part of? Feel free to go ahead.
Maybe I can start. I think definitely youth have a strong role to play in these discussions, especially the climate discourse. And most of the times, youth participation has only been limited to, activism and at times, organizing around the Fridays for Future. And so anytime a young person is actually being invited to discussions on climate and stuff, you are most of the times invited as an activist. But I feel young people need to be taken more seriously, that we recognize activism is a very central point of our careers, but also that's not the only thing that defines us, right? We are leaders, we are initiators, we are community organizers, and therefore all these different roles needs to be recognized, and young people need to be brought to the table at the point of them actually being co-leaders and solution seekers. So I do think there's that bit of actually youth already organizing beyond the streets and more into the boardrooms, more into the policy planning processes ahead of these climate conferences, and really taking advantage of the local conference of the youth, for instance, that will always really put a strong point on what young people globally or regionally and nationally are really looking forward as you build up to our climate conference. And I think that then sets the pace for youth to actually showcase their leadership and what it is that we are demanding for leaders to achieve, but also our solutions that we're providing to them as they go to negotiate. So that bit of policy engagement, I believe, is very important. We also need to somehow, like at the country level, work with our national leaders and sort of like helping to fill in the gaps on the climate issues affecting our countries. I know countries have worked on revising the second, a nationally determined contribution text. And in this, there's some serious gaps on, youth engagement, capacity building, and on the ground project capacity building. So I feel this is also important for us as a global youth collective to think around and see what issue or gaps are existing within our current policies and legal frameworks, and therefore trying to offer the solutions on the same. At the same time, I recognize the key role that, especially when it comes to badging, one of the main issues is why young people are not participating in these climate conferences is because it's also hard to access badges. And without a badge, of course, you cannot go to the COP and, have your voice contribute. So I think there's that also role for us as young people to organize better, register our groups, organizations, and apply for these, what I call badge status. So apply as an observer, at least to get more youth being sent to these climate conferences. And the last point, so I allow my colleagues also join in, is I believe that point of active fundraising to ensure that we also part of this is very important. I mean, it's very hard and expensive to participate in such conferences, but I still feel as youth that we need to also somehow work our part towards the solutions and try to explore more financing and fundraising to support ourselves, to support our peers, to get the necessary means to attend these conferences. Because I do believe that if we miss out, then we don't be part of the solutions, and people will be making our decisions without us. And so these are a few points that I believe we can really prepare council engagements in these climate conferences.
I can go next. Thank you. I agree with a lot of what Kuluki has shared already. Kind of reflecting on, again, the COPs. When I left COP27, one of the biggest things that I felt, coming back home, was it felt so far removed from, home back in the UK. I just felt, not a lot of people know what the COPs are, and it feels like, when you're there, it feels like the most important thing in the world. And when you come back home, it's like, gosh, such like a jarring experience, or that's kind of how I experienced it. But I think yes, we're talking about the COPs, but it's important not to pin all of our hopes on the COPs and think that's just, what's going to solve the issue. One, how the UN operates. It's an amazing institution that we have. Yes, flawed in many ways, but, gaining global consensus on an issue takes a long, long time, a lot of negotiating, there's so many dynamics to maneuver. I've observed some negotiations, and you just see like historical, dynamics and lots of things kind of playing out that are very sticky and, slow progress a lot. So one, I think, I came back from COP27 thinking, what can I do locally? What can I really do? And how can I share this with my friends? And, to even just kind of educate and empower young people. So, a few examples. The organization that I was working with at the time, they had no environmental policy, which meant that there was no framework for decision making that included the environment in business decisions. So I worked with my manager and a few other colleagues to create an environmental policy for our organization. And, it was about a 6-month process, but it was accepted. And now our organization, for the first time, has a tool that we can use when we're making decision making at all levels of the organization, how we can consider the environment, climate change, social justice, all of these really important issues. Another thing that I decided to do was to create workshops for young people who want to know about, environmental policy making and how to get involved. Or if, the political arena is not your thing, grassroots activism, what you can do in your community. So I really feel, as someone who's had the privilege of going to 2 COPs now, out of that sense of, repaying that debt of gratitude to pass on what I've learned, what are the challenges that I've seen and that I've faced onto, the next generation, because burnout is real. Another big thing that I've seen in the COP27 is, those youth that are really, heavily and highly engaged in these spaces. Burnout is a big thing. And how can we, make sure that we are fostering the next generation of youth when we come back to be able to, to hand the baton to, so we don't have to feel like, like Huluki said, it's very difficult to get a badge. And, for those young people that go to the COPs, it can feel like you have the weight of the world on your shoulders. So how can we, create spaces that, center well-being and, fostering the next generation and strengthening collaboration and solidarity on the ground, so that, we're not just thinking this is the place where everything is going to get solved, but seeing it in a holistic and the reality of the situation more fully.
Thank you so much, Lucy. Susanna?
Yeah, thank you so much. I would like to really support all the points said before, especially those that Lucy has just said. I really resonated with this idea of the cup being the most important thing in the world when you are there. And you're literally, at least me, I always literally feel like I'm in another world and I'm like changing this world, and I can do everything during those 2 weeks, and then you come back to your reality, and then you start kind of noticing the limitations of all those wonderful project ideas that you made up, with your friends during the COP. And it's like really two realities, and then you realize that maybe also it's not that important, and other people maybe don't care about it. I feel like we are always kind of in a bubble, where we think that because we know other people who are engaged in the COP itself or in climate action, we think that is important for everyone, which might not be the case. And I have a huge barrier, for example, when, for example, somebody asks me, but what do you actually do at this COP? And I start to explain this to someone, and they just, feel like it's very complicated and it doesn't make sense. And also, if you only hear about it, it's like UN, so that's complicated institutions. And when you look at those negotiations and stuff, this is indeed very complicated, and there can be hours of talking about the single words, and then like 2 pages of text can be just ignored because like we don't have time anymore. So that's a really chaotic thing, kind of. And I think we have a lot, we as youth especially, we have a role here to play to kind of maybe redesign those processes in the future, so that they maybe reflect reality more, they are more inclusive and so on. I think this is already happening, which is awesome. And yeah, coming back to your question, how to spread the word. I think, yeah, we young people have the power to move communities, and we should spread the word, by talking about this, by sharing our experiences, educating, especially. I think education is definitely a keyword here, and, raising awareness, participation. We have this concept in the UNFCCC called Action for Climate Empowerment, and I really like this approach as well, that we like empower people for climate action through education, participation, and these kinds of things. And I think this can help to like bring this very complicated process a bit closer to the people, and bring people closer to it, so that they see it's maybe not that complicated, and it's actually more related to their life. And this goes generally for talking about climate change, not only the COPs, because of course COP is like only one small element of the whole issue. But when you talk about climate change, for example, who's someone who doesn't care about it, it's always the best solutions to like show them what's happening in reality, how this can affect you. And this is, I think, like the only way to convince someone that this is really happening. So yeah, I think that's it for me for now. Thank you so much.
I would like to maybe add on that. I think it's about bringing COP closer to people who are interested in it. Not all young people might be interested in, negotiations, but it is a case to empower them to take climate action in their own life, or to really, some of the people, amazing people I met, sort of express, and take part in climate action through arts, through different performances. So I don't think it's necessary for everyone to be fully engaged in negotiations if that is not the area of their interest. But maybe we can, bring it up to their awareness. And yeah, as Susanna and Lucy and Kaluki said, I think education is quite important, but also finding ways to really engage them. Maybe they're not on the ground and they're not participating. It's hard to get them a badge, not everyone unfortunately can participate because we have the limited amount of space as well. But maybe there'll be like good options to really, maybe they will be more engaged if we give them opportunity to contribute to the final outcomes of COP and to really see how their input was taken into account and what are the final outcomes and how what they said has been sort of transferred to the COP and negotiations. I had really difficult time. I was a UNICEF representative, so I met with a lot of young people in Serbia and I tried to convey their message. But first I realized we need to educate them how they can get engaged. And they have amazing ideas, but it's hard. They're mostly applicable to Serbia. They're not really something that can be addressed at a bigger level at climate negotiations, and climate change is a global issue. So I agree with everyone. I think education is sort of crucial.
Thank you so much, everyone. I completely agree that education will play an integral role in this battle against climate change, as it will allow people to figure out mitigation measures for themselves rather than having to depend on policymakers or governments to make plans of action for them. And yeah, as Lucy has said, COPs are not some miracle events that will solve all of the issues at once. There is so much work that needs to be put in before we can get any closer to finding a solution to this. And figuring out local practices to help make a difference is integral, as we can truly make a difference once we start bringing about these practices at the ground level. Now, let us go on to the next question. Do you think that there are aspects in these conversations that are often overlooked? And if you do think so, what are these, and why do you think there should be integral points under discussion?
Maybe I can start. Well, I think they're not overlooked in negotiations, but usually in final documents, they don't appear as much. And we all know that last year, for example, energy was a big topic, especially in current crisis. It's really hard to address sort of our energy goals and really the need to lower the emissions from different sectors. So I think we are shining away from taking action because of lack of finances at some part. But also, I think there is an issue with classifications of countries. And that's something I really noticed. I think it needs to be updated. For example, China is the second biggest economy, but it is classified as developing countries. So it gives China access to certain funds, which in turn are meant for the developing countries. And China is at some point, in certain view, still developing, but if they're contributing such a large part to the global emissions, they should also take a bit more of a responsibility rather than putting everything on European Union and America, which are large emitters, especially looking historically. But I think also some other countries who are big emitters, such as India and China, really need to step up their ambitions and to also contribute to the larger part of the funds. But maybe people who are sort of in negotiations role can give us an input on how that looks from that standpoint, because I was just an observer. So this is what I gathered from COP.
Thank you, Dunya. Go ahead, Susanna.
Yeah, I think you called on me a little bit like for the people who are in negotiations, right? Well, I mean, I agree with your point really a lot about the updating of the classification of countries, because yeah, we see like actually a lot of decisions, I would say like 90% of the decisions are based on those divisions between developing and developed countries, right? And then you see developed countries have to give this to developing countries, and developing countries have right to this and this and this. So I think this is indeed complicated, but updating this would be even more complicated. I think there have been I think they've been trying to do that a few times, but it's always like, they end up saying, okay, let's let's take this later because this is a controversial issue. Let's talk about everything else so that we have an outcome. There were proposals of like, I think moving countries between the like Annex 1 parties, non-Annex 1 parties and stuff like that. But I think this is really difficult to happen. I think they will, countries like China, like you mentioned, they will not easily agree or not agree at all to be reclassified. And I really have no idea what would need to happen for them to agree. Like especially, you know, like the closer you come to the actual negotiations, you see like the more complicated it becomes and the more like little factors are at play. And I don't know, maybe anyone has an idea. But also like to expand on the question that you were asking about aspects that are overlooked at the COP. I don't know. I feel like that there's one thing I would redesign about COPs is that they really focus too much on exactly this discussion. You know, I'm a developing country and you are developed and give me this. And they are about money and not about people. You know, that's like a big issue here. I think COPs, you know, should be this place where the whole world gathers each year to hold a serious discussion over a crisis that we are facing, you know, instead of like having this discussion that we can see literally in every international forum, which is basically about, okay, who pays money to whom, and like everyone trying to just get out of responsibility to pay anything. And this is like really annoying. So I really hope we can make it change, you know. I would love to see like more connection as well before between, for example, those who are negotiators and those who are observers, because so far for me it looks like, you know, especially at the COP27, I saw that you know, the negotiating rooms and like side event civil society rooms were at two different ends of the venue, which was like really huge. And you know, it was basically like negotiators doing their work here on the one side, and everyone like youth civil society just holding their side events and going to the side events of each other. And I think this is not how it should work. So we need like more exchange, more openness, and more understanding. And I think this really helps a lot. And okay, I will shut up because I'm talking for too long. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Susanna. You can go ahead, Kalki.
Oh, thanks, Darsa. Actually, I'm a bit excited because of Susanna's points and Lucia's. I think they're very valid, this issue of, you know, classification of countries, and then further down to what Susanna's mentioned about access. You know, at times people think being at the COP space itself is enough and actually you're going to make the changes, but I feel there's that bit of, again, like fragmentation of people within the space that actually creates more than one COP at the same venue. And what that does is actually it creates like different things happening, but it's more like people are not talking to each other. Personally, for COP27, I had a media badge, and you know that is one of the worst badges to have, and you don't have really access to most of these key negotiation spaces. And I feel this is a bit unfair, and for COP presidencies and the UNFCCC like system needs to be a bit changed. Young people are coming with solutions, but if you give them badges that do not allow them to negotiation rooms and only limit them to a few spaces, then it beats the point of actually meaningful participation and as such key decision-making spaces. So I think that's a key issue on access. I think we've seen especially nature being like a word that has been gambled with, and at times people, you know, negotiating whether or not to include it in the text. And personally, and this is my personal opinion, at times I just feel like humanity is hellbound to always discuss issues that are supposed to impact us, but we take a lot of time on simple matters, right? Nature should be an ally that's supposed to work with us towards, mitigating and also helping us adapt to the impacts of the climate crisis. Where in the climate process, you find there's a lot of, time spent or rather wasted in trying to then negotiate. Do you want to put it in the text or not? And that is the whole point. And we've seen it from COP26 in Glasgow to COP27, the issue of nature-based solutions being debated on, and even last year at some point being dropped towards the end of the conference. So I do feel some of these issues are very pertinent and key, and we need to not bargain about them, but actually ensure that they are centrally placed in these negotiations spaces. Issues like energy, where we know again it's one of the areas that they've used to also classify countries. We do need to actually ensure these are central components of our discussions, and that as we discuss on just energy transition, then think about realities in different regions, and that actually, while we agree that people and communities must transition to sustainable, more clean and affordable energy, then we actually need to think of the question, then how is equity playing a role in this, right? How do we pay developing countries for avoided emission? How do we package the natural assets? It's a capital base that we can also really negotiate with the developed world. And if these things are centrally placed, and I feel we really have a truly inclusive, equity-oriented and solutions-oriented conferences in the climate space that can actually work for people and nature. And for me, I always say, if you miss the place of people and nature in the negotiation, you are missing on the larger picture, and we are not going to make any progress. But I'll stop there for now.
Thank you so much, Kaliki. And Lucy, do you have something to say?
Yeah, I'll just add something, because I agree with the rest of the speakers. I think something that I feel is we're really failing to utilize the power of and the strength of human diversity and also biodiversity in nature. For example, colonization has attempted many things, but attempted to create monocultures and monocrops, for example, like to assimilate everything into one. Actually, and we've created these frameworks and processes where everybody has to think a certain way and understand things a certain way, speak the same language, and actually that is really, well, it's doing many things, but in terms of being effective for solving the issue of climate change, it's completely stalling progress. And how can we open up spaces where diversity of languages, cultures, worldviews, knowledge traditions can come and work together towards a common goal of climate change, and not just expecting everybody to come to this space speaking the same, looking the same, having the same opinions. This is completely is not reflected of the world that we live in, or not the one that we want to live in. So how can we create spaces that really truly enable diversity to come together and work together? I think we are failing massively on that.
Thank you so much, Lucy. Thank you so much, everyone. Those were some very insightful points that have been covered. And I believe that this has been a very productive conversation. Thank you to every single one of you for showing up here today and giving us your thoughts on this pressing topic. And I hope we can all stay in touch to discuss more whenever we get free later on. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Siddhartha, and thank you to all of our panelists that joined us today. These last 3 panels have been extremely eye-opening, and I've learned so much. So thank you so much for contributing and taking time out of your day to come and speak here today. And thank you, Siddhartha, for facilitating it today.
Of course. Thank you.
Now we will move on to the lightning talks. So the GYSS lightning talks are quick and informative talks on topics related to sustainability. So our first speaker is Kedar Balasubramanian. As a product owner, he is passionate about all things energy and has experience in various areas, including research, design, coordination, partnerships, and community outreach. Some of his specific areas of expertise include solar energy powered net zero energy buildings and energetic analysis for renewable energy communities.
So, a very good morning or afternoon or evening to everyone tuning in to the GYSS. Before I begin, I'd love to take the time out to thank EcoTeens for setting up and organizing this conference with its amazing list of topics and speakers. And I'd be remiss if I didn't also thank Ms. Pragna for personally reaching out and inviting me to be a part of this established panel. Before I move on any further, also a super quick introduction to myself. My name is Kedar. I am from India, and I have been working in Germany for about the last couple of years in the clean tech sector. I currently work in the design and development of distributed energy resource management systems. And to really quickly explain why we do what we do, it is simply because if not us, then who? We are a super young team with a lot of heart and motivation, and therefore it is also quite amazing for me to be speaking with fellow peers or Gen Zers who've yet to make the crucial decision of which job to go for or which study program to specialize in. But I'd really love to appreciate all of you for the tenaciousness that you've shown by taking a leap towards spending some time on a weekend, listening to all of us using words as vague or as fuzzy as climate change or net zero or energy transition. These words, I assure you, are not arcane. They aren't meant to only be used by guys or girls who've earned a PhD. But to put it in a really brazen way, it is us who have to learn about it, who have to speak about it, and ultimately have to work on it. Before I get to the crux of the topic, which is climate smart planet, I'd love to put some facts out on the table. So for example, did you know that wind and solar in 2022 generated a record 12% of the global electricity? Adding other clean energy resources such as hydropower or geothermal, clean energy in total generated up to 40% of global electricity in 2022. But then I go around and hear or read news such as these. So just this Monday, the utility provider in Czech Republic in Europe had to manually or forcefully shut off 400 megawatts worth of solar power to stabilize their grid, to keep their grid stable. Or how about the fact that in 2022, the UK spent about 200 million pounds just shutting off wind farms, and then an additional 700 million pounds turning on gas power plants to replace said wind power. And closer home to you guys, in the US, to date, there's about 2 terawatts of power That is basically your entire current generational capacity plus 50% of it that are still lying in wait to be connected or pour online to the US national grid. I also hear harrowing news stories sometimes, such as what happened in 2021 with the winter storm Uri in Texas, where within about a span of 4 to 5 hours, about 5 million homes lost power, and this power just vanished. And what is Texas doing about it? It's basically bringing in more and more power to replace this, and it's doing this in the form of natural gas. And probably the most harrowing fact of all, the carbon intensity, which is basically bringing net zero or reducing the emissions per kilowatt hour of electricity that we use, has been recorded at its lowest in 2022 is about 436 grams of carbon dioxide per kilowatt hour. Well, guess what? It was 466 in 2000, which means that we made about a 6% reduction in the last 23 years. Now, all of these facts you think may be unlinked or different or unrelated, but they're actually links on the same chain. And it is up to us to understand what these links are and if they are twisted, unknot them, because resolving them would be the answer for us to have sustainable amount of sufficient, affordable, and reliable energy for all, right? So as youth, it is up to us to go out there and compete and find the most sustainable solution, or whatever, the alternative solution, right? To adapt to our changing energy wants and needs. Think about it in this way, right? So you've got a playing field out there, you've got different actors who work on this playing field. So since you've got scientists who think about expanding the playing field, so they think outside the playing field, so to speak. You've got policymakers and the policymakers who basically set the regulations, so basically leveling the playing field or setting the ground rules. But ultimately, you need someone to play the game, right? Play the sport, and that's what the engineers do. And as a good friend once told me, unless we want to anchor the studies of the scientists and the regulations of the policymakers with clearly implementable techniques, also built on sound engineering principles, unless we don't do that, we are walking a tightrope and we're getting nowhere. So if there's one key takeaway that I'd like to leave to all of you today, it is this, that engineering and technology are going to play the key role in bringing about the energy transition. Because in the end, these two things are the same: energy transition, climate smart planet. Both of it require tangible outcomes, and these tangible outcomes are ultimately up to engineers to implement. Like Swami Vivekananda once said, 1 ounce of practice is worth more than 1,000 pounds of theory. So before I end, I'd love to leave us with some facts and some figures that we can learn about and implement as we go on to become industry leaders or industry experts. And all of these facts are related to fixing that chain, basically, unknotting that chain that I mentioned before. So the chain, the 4 links of the chain, the most crucial links, I would say, are generation, transmission, distribution, and consumption, with a 5th hidden link called storage, fitting everywhere. So most of what we hear today is on the generation side, right? We're replacing fossils with renewables, or flexible nuclear and natural gas with non-flexible solar and wind. I say non-flexible because we cannot control the source for solar and wind. It's basically the sun or the wind. So these resources have only an on or an off stage, and makes it extremely difficult or hard for grids to handle them. Sure, we've got energy management systems or batteries, but innovation still needs to happen on them. Therefore, the crucial chink on the chain, or the link which is most crucial to be worked on, is the transmission, right? So until now, we've always thought about transmission to be one way, but with our rooftop solar and wind, we are now feeding in electricity the other way around. And not to mention extreme weather events that play spoilsport and already trouble the extremely fragile balance that our grid maintains. In my honest opinion, this is where the bulk of our innovative prowess needs to be focused on. Distribution is basically where storage could play a major role by acting as a buffer to this intermittent feed-in that we keep putting in via solar and other resources. What's missing here is, however, an actor that is, capable of taking responsibility to operate and maintain these. And finally, for consumption, Google these words: consumption duck curve. You'll probably be looking at a graph of the system load, which is basically our consumption, where we sit in the end of the chain, and the drastic shift that it has had in the last 2 to 3 decades by the addition, just because of the addition of rooftop solar PV. So our homes, as they become more and more electrified, have the ability en masse to basically shift the dynamics of the electricity grid as we see it today. And as most of the world invests more and more in cleaner energy, the risk inherent to the grid gets potentially higher and higher. And this is where most of the innovation and implementation has to go into. And what's really funny is that these statements above are not complicated secrets that we can never aspire to learn. These are simple facts that just have to be implemented. So how do we get to these hidden secrets? As Tolkien once wrote, still round the corner there may wait a new road or a secret gate. And though we pass them by today, tomorrow we may come this way and take the hidden paths that run towards the moon or to the sun. So thank you so much for your patience and time. I wish all my fellow speakers and all of you in the audience the very, very best in your future endeavors. If you'd love to catch up with me after the event, feel free to connect with me via LinkedIn. Thank you.
Thank you, Kedar, for that very insightful and informative talk. Thank you so much. Next, we have Alexandra Lazic. She is an international relations student at the Faculty of Political Sciences, University of Belgrade. She is experienced in project management, research, and diplomacy through engagement in various NGOs, especially in human rights and environmental protection. She is passionate about conflict resolution, EU integration, and climate diplomacy.
Hello everyone, my name is Alexandra and welcome to my part of the lightning talks of the Global Youth Sustainability Summit 2023. Before we begin, I would like to say thank you to the organizers of this event, EcoTeens. Guys, I believe that you're doing an amazing work in sharing knowledge, spreading ideas, and connecting all the climate enthusiasts across the globe. Secondly, I would like to thank each and every one of you, our audience, who has decided to join us today and spend your weekend in such a productive way. I hope you enjoyed our panels, our amazing speakers, and that this part of the event will be a nice time for you as well. Before I begin, I would just like to give you a brief introduction of who I am. As I said, my name is Alexandra and I'm coming from Belgrade. This is a capital city of Serbia, a relatively small country in the Balkan region of Europe. My background is in politics, precisely in international relations. However, I find myself to be a climate activist. You may wonder, how does this happen? How does one person who doesn't have a concrete formal education in climate change and in general the geological and biological processes get to call themselves a climate activist? What were my precise steps and how did I get from my background to go to COP27 as a youth delegate. I believe that my story isn't so unusual. And I believe that a lot of you who are listening today and who are with us are also considering themselves climate passionate people. We are aware of the situation, of the critical changes we need to implement, and of the role of youth and teenagers. Climate change is a real threat to our society, and this is something that I have come to realization when I was in high school, which was a few years ago, precisely about 5 years ago. Since then, through many NGOs and many organizations I used to be part of, such as European Youth Parliament, United Nations Association of Serbia, and many other, I have tried to do my work in the ecological and green themes as well as climate crisis. I believe that this is what has helped me set my path and decide what I want to do with my life and how I can and hope to make a difference one day. So how does this soul get me to be a delegate on the greatest event that happens every year on the topic of climate change? Well, the story is a bit unusual. I believe that a real change has happened during my bachelor's when at one subject we have done a simulation of COP26. In this simulation, I've had a great role. And for this role, I had to prepare very well. I had to read all the documents, all the IPCC reports. I have had a chance to watch all the recordings of the event, which are available online, and to learn the speeches to my mind. With this knowledge, I realized that I really want to go to such an event one day. I want to see how it all looks like. I want to see if this is all just some formality, or are these people really passionate about what they're talking about? Are they really making a difference? I believe that I had a little bit of a luck, because while I was spending my summer on social networks on LinkedIn, I saw a post by a girl I barely knew. She said that they've opened sort of an office of a Europe's organization, which is dealing with energy, sustainability, and many other topics that I am very passionate about. They've opened a branch for Serbia, and they were looking for new members. I've joined. Few months have passed. I have worked a little bit. I gave some of my knowledge and my previous experience in these topics. And little did I know it, there was a call for delegates for COP27. I took this application very seriously, and I wrote everything I truly felt. I said that I know that I'm not probably the best applicant. I'm not the most experienced. I'm not there with formal knowledge of these topics. However, I believe that this is something where I could shine. Having my backgrounds in international relations, I knew how to negotiate. I knew how to use all this political aspect of these events to my advantage. And I got accepted. We had a preparation of a few months. It was rather intense, but we came to Egypt this November, actually previous November, very well prepared. Events like COP are truly one of a kind. The amount of people you can meet, it's extraordinary. This is a chance that you get once in a lifetime. And I would like to encourage all of you to use your time wisely. You're here today. There are many other people here. Use this opportunity to connect with them. Follow social networks. Follow LinkedIn, all the opportunities, even if you think that you're underqualified. Apply, why not? What is there to lose? And always write your applications with a lot of honesty. I believe this is how we can all achieve what we truly hope for: a climate smart planet. For anybody else who wants to connect and talk more, please do that. There are my social networks available, so you can always reach out, ask more questions. And I believe that I have at least had a chance to help you understand how it all works. Enjoy the rest of the day and hope to hear some of you soon and talk to you online, of course. Bye.
Thank you, Alexandra, for your insights onto this topic. Our next speaker is Sarah Syed. She has been named a top 25 under 25 environmentalist in Canada. She is currently working on leveraging nanomaterials to design a rotating and semi-transparent solar cell and an IoT water sensor to reduce water wastage in agriculture. She is the founder of You Are the Change, a youth-led organization.
Thank you so much to Hello everyone. Thank you so much to EcoTeens for having me as a speaker here today. My name is Sarah and I'm an 18-year-old Future Mind under 25, top 25 environmentalist in Canada, climate activist and climate tech innovator from Toronto, Canada. I am situated on the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and the territory of the Mississauga of the New Credit First Nation. I am so honored and elated to be speaking to you all today and to be part of this very exciting event to talk about youth innovation integration in the fight for climate justice. One of my community volunteer engagements over the past few weeks has been facilitating climate education workshops for youth, mainly leading up to Earth Day. Something I have been trying to integrate lately has been analogies or metaphors to help students understand the climate crisis in a perspective that can relate to them. And so lately, I have been on the search for the perfect metaphor or analogy that describes climate change. It wasn't up until recently, just a few weeks ago, when I realized that, in fact, the word climate change is already a metaphor of sorts. It is a symptom of fossil fuel waste being dumped into our atmosphere. It is the deforestation of the Amazon rainforest, which is the lungs of our world. And it is our house on fire, where instead of adding water to put the fire out, we're adding gasoline to this problem, which is not phasing out fossil fuels. But with summer right around the corner, and students very excited, I came up with a very new metaphor that encompasses what the climate crisis is, and also the solution that we need and what we need to do about it. And that metaphor is, the climate crisis is like a melting ice cream cone. And the only way to stop it from melting is to restore the temperature equilibrium. And this is similarly to what's happening in our world today. Our world is figuratively melting. According to the Living Planet report, which was published by the Worldwide Fund for Nature, it reveals that there has been an average decline of 69% in species population since 1970. And a recent post by NASA Climate shared that in the past year, there were 272 all-time warm temperatures and just 62 record cold temperatures, which in a stable climate, record highs and lows should be about equal, which we do not see presently. Climate change is one of our most pressing issues. Our actions of today will determine the future of tomorrow and the young generation's right to a healthy, sustainable, and equitable planet. And so the way that I have been approaching climate action is through the lens of innovation. Innovation to me is more than just about technology or STEM or designing something new. Innovation to me looks like bridging a gap or mending a flaw that a person sees in a current design through a medium that best reflects them. And this could be entrepreneurship, social innovation like community building, organizing at the grassroots level, or through storytelling and the creative arts. Innovation means initiative, and the initiative to bring a new segment to the world or established organization through creative mediums that is entirely up to you. In order to become thought leaders, we need to focus on moving beyond these smaller token actions and be a part of the change that we want to see. And so this is something that I've been doing over the past few years and mainly channeling into these workshops that I facilitate, and also with a few of my own innovations. Like over the past 2 years, I have been working on designing a biosorbent that can remove 98% of oil and heavy metals and organic compounds from water. And as we might have recently heard in the news, the Philippines has recently faced an oil spill. And so one thing that I noticed is that there is a lack of sustainable and biodegradable biosorbents that are also efficient enough. And so that's something that I've been tackling and have been able to accomplish using pomegranate orange peels with polysaccharide aerogels. And so really reflecting on this whole process, I noticed that there was a lack of solutions in a particular area in the climate tech space, which led me to develop my own solutions that I hope will one day be integrated in our world. But I think it's very crucial that we create our own opportunities instead of waiting for the solution we may not get. And this means taking matters into our own hands and designing the solutions that we want to see. We don't necessarily need to have the expertise in a certain field in order to change the world. We need to find what inspires us, and we can ask ourselves questions like, what motivates me? Or what excites me? Or if there was one thing in the world that I could change, what would it be? Or what do I want my story to be? This will lead us to design some creative solutions that can solve real-world problems. And what may seem impossible at the time does become possible when we continue to pursue our goals and take smaller steps that will act as the inspiration to pursue them even further. And so these small steps are really incremental to building these moonshots that are going to play a vital role in climate action. What our world needs is people who are willing to push past failure, because true success is not really our willingness to try, but rather how willing we are to fail. And as it has been reiterated many times, we need system changes, not climate change. The key to progress is having the courage to start even before you're ready, and that will allow us to build a sustainable platform for future success. I believe that technology will play an important role in the solution, but only partly. And that's because the climate crisis is also a connectivity crisis. Climate change affects everyone participating in today's conference, and it affects every single person around the globe. Therefore, we need every person to come together to urge those in seats of power to treat the climate crisis as a crisis. Therefore, to achieve a future of sustainability, we must work together. Your actions matter because change starts with you. It starts by educating yourself and staying up to date on the latest news, policies, and decisions that people in power are making. It's something as simple as voting, for example. It starts by following your curiosity and then channeling that into your passion as a voice of change. It can also mean following your curiosity and designing your own initiative to include youth in the climate conversation. Climate awareness and problem solving is a collective effort, one we can battle with the right tools and, most importantly, community power. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sarah, for your valuable insights. And I learned a lot from all three speakers. Thank you so much for joining us today and taking your time. So before our closing keynote, we'll take a short 10-minute break. Thank you. Now we proceed to our closing keynote by Susanna Cass, a climate change advocate, a cloud sustainability executive, a Stanford Energy Fellow, top 10 Women in Data Centers 2023, and a top 50 woman leader of San Francisco 2022. Susanna Cass is a climate change advocate. She is the chief executive and the sustainability officer at InfraClime, a Switzerland startup focused on providing net zero data center sustainability infrastructure products. Susanna is the data center advisor on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals EP program. In this role, she represents the UN Sustainable Development Team by engaging private sector leadership, academic researchers, and public institutions to jointly promote sustainable energy within the international data center sector and global verticals industry. Susanna is honored as top 50 women leaders in San Francisco. She's a member of Climate 50 Most Influential Towards a Carbon-Free Future for consecutive years for her net positive data center work. She's a Stanford Energy Fellow. Susanna is currently a lecturer at the School of Engineering at Stanford University, Cornell University Energy Systems Institute, and National University of Singapore. She is a supporter of EcoTeens to promote the movement of teens to express their ambitions and professional aspirations towards building sustainable businesses and a carbon-free future. Susanna will share today. The theme of today's keynote is Young Talent in Sustainability. Susanna will share her insights into young talent and sustainability. The intersectionality of young talents and sustainability will give a company strategic advantage. Mobilizing young talent who embrace sustainability, help shape and establish a unique culture, transform new business models that are circular, can successfully accelerate the transition of the global economy to future-proof success for generations to come. Susanna, take it away.
Hello, everyone. I'm really glad to be here. But Pragna, I think I'm probably going to ask you to do a recording because at the moment right now, the facility I am at is actually out of power, have no Wi-Fi. So I'm only dialing in to say hello. But I think it's best from a quality perspective if you can actually play the recording. Would that be all right?
Yes, definitely.
Thank you so much for having me. Yes, and I apologize for the environmental constraint that we all oftentimes feel. So please take it away, and because I don't want to be cutting off in the middle of a conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Susanna.
Everyone, my name is Susanna Cass. I have been a member of Climate 50 for 4 consecutive years because of some of the impact results that made by my client due to my invention. And I have been recognized by Inc. magazine just recently as the 10 most inspiring leaders to follow in 2023. So it's wonderful to have speak to you today on Earth Day at the Eco Summit. I also recently got an award, having worked in a data center for over 30 years, that I am ranked 4th as the top 10 women in data center globally by the top 10 data center influencer to follow on LinkedIn. So at the moment right now, I just assume a role. I'm going to head up to Monaco, actually after this summit, to be the board chair for Talent in Tech Initiative. And I'm very excited to be speaking to you today regarding a topic which is young talent and sustainability. And having worked in my role as the Chief Operating Officer for eBay International, General Manager at Hewlett Packard, Head of Innovation at Nextera Energy, I'm currently now the Data Center Advisor for the industry to promote United Nations Sustainable Development Goal. In this role, I represent the UN Sustainable Development Team and the private sector in data center, which is all the work that we do to power all the applications, including today's virtual meeting that you're actually enjoying. It's all actually all done by the cloud. What I'd like to do is share with you today is my insight into young talent and sustainability. The intersectionality of young talents and sustainability will give a company strategic advantage. And so I'm just going to go ahead and get started. Every company actually have a sustainability goal now, which is actually very encouraging for them to be making carbon neutrality or carbon negative pledge. But the results, however, show that I'm going to share that with you, that only 1/3 of the world's largest public company have announced their zero target. However, less than 70% of the company that talk about it genuinely has a plan in terms of talking about how they're actually going to reduce emission in line with their ambition, be it going to be 2030, 2040, or 2050. And some company have a goal that is sooner. So we do need to kind of have a plan other than making a pledge. So from my perspective, the sustainability journey and the transition to the global economy will only succeed when the leaders and individuals throughout the entire organization can embrace sustainability as an inherent component of them incorporating in their business model on a day-to-day basis and their business processes. I have observed in EcoTeens and from today's conversation and speakers that young talent ignite sustainability literacy. I am very impressed, and thank you for including me today. I have learned so much for the speakers and from the founder, partner, that you all can move as a collection of young tenants to embrace sustainability naturally. It just comes natural to you. And you can actually use that fuel, use the passion you have and the knowledge you continue to gain can shape and establish a very unique culture, which can transform new business model that are all circularity. And this is a very strategic opportunity that I have observed for an education generational change. You all can play a very important part in future-proofing success in the global economy for the generations to come. And my hypothesis is we need to plant you all and more young talent into our business sector as our future leader. When that happens, members of the workforce will continue to bring their crucial business and functional expertise, such as engineering, marketing, accounting, customer services, innovation. But without the addition of critical sustainability skill, we're not going to get there. And it starts with a sustainability mindset, which you all have. So in this new talent scenario role, where Susanna think is the sustainability team is not so much just a few handful of individual or a couple hundred people in the organization. Companies need to turn sustainability goal into a lasting differential advantage to achieve the net zero carbon neutrality pledges into reality. In that way, we can remove the problem. Only 17% of them understand what that is. And then everyone, more than 70%, can actually meet the emission target and reflect the enormous amount of work that is yet to be done to turn ambition into action-oriented impact results. The need to deploy sufficient talent with multidisciplinary sustainability-related skills are hard to come by. It is not a skill that oftentimes you can just go out and hire. The need to embed this new sustainability skill across the entire generation is not just a single challenge. It's the equivalent of number of unique functions come up together as an organization operation. They act in formation that they truly in the subject matter experts and act in a sense of urgency because the time to set and deliver these meaningful sustainability goal and plan growing larger. So multidisciplinary skill set is basically what Susanna is actually driving for today. It is about launching a new sustainability journey that incorporate and embed the young talent like yourself. That is an inclusive culture to function sustainability as a team that has very diverse background. So many of my clients talked about it that some of them think this is kind of like team sports. We welcome all shapes, size, and skill set from global manner, and each of the skill sets is subject matter expert, but the mindset is basically think about sustainability. So give us some thought. Instead of having a cluster of individual or just a new generation that understand about sustainability, we need to mobilize everyone Companies relying on small or large or any other sizes can also understand sustainability because of you, because of what you can bring to the team. And it's not just limited with small number of just a sustainability event or small number of expertise. We need to all chart the change and take the journey together. And as a leading climate change advocate, I'm also advocating young talent for that reason. Number two, once you kind of get the motion and the movement, you need to embed sustainability so there's everybody's job. And the focus will be the blended sustainability and functional skill. That is going to be the new normal. Every function, every job within a company will need to adapt in ways that support educational and generational sustainability change in a transformation manner. So product designer will now need to learn about how they design for circularity. The logistics staff will now need to know how they optimize the routes or transport mode based on the organization carbon footprint. And that information will be available to him or her. We all need to relearn and we all need to retool our thinking to customize this blend of skill. And it just comes natural to the young talent. Phase 3, after we actually developed the mobilization and the embedding, then we need to accelerate the change. Hence, I felt like this is a generational education transformation opportunity. And then what we can all function is to be able to maintain and transform this workforce in a sustainable manner. Understanding environmental tipping points is not so scary anymore. Learning about the social cost of ownership is extremely important because we need to understand what is basically the cost of depleting resources from the planet. Companies can now perform at their peak performance and truly has a way to operate sustainably. So in summary, young talent and sustainability is extremely important. The intersectionality gives us a generational education transformation by welcoming, incorporating young talent like you all, that sustainability comes natural to you, mobilize it as a movement, embed your knowledge to help accelerate the new thinking to achieve the sustainability advantage, which is insights on creating differential advantage through sustainability to deliver climate positive reports and results to our communities of people, minimizing the harm to the planet. Stay away from these tipping points, and then we can transform all of us into new talent and leadership pool. The company talent strategy is now actualized and truly realized the growth in its own coming to life moment. This is not just a positive thinking. This is not now struggling about why do I think this way and you're not thinking that way, and how can we all live in a harmonic manner that is a new way to live sustainably. So we all cross the chasm to perform as great performer in our own community. So in summary, this is Susanna's viewpoint, that young talent can truly future-proof the company to alleviate the carbon neutrality pledges left unfulfilled. The gap and what's the missing link is actually the young talent. So we need to embed these young talent to spark this movement towards climate positive impact results. And the lasting effect is amazing because it's going to cause an educational, generational transformation. And that will give rise to the global economy, and we all can live in a more sustainable life that we are all achieving today. So thank you for your time. Thank you. Thank you, Pratna. I hope that is helpful.
Thank you so much, Susanna. I think you're so right. Like, youth really needs to be involved in everything today. And without us, how is the planet gonna get better? We need to be there. We need to be on these decision-making tables. So thank you for talking about that.
You're most welcome. And it is absolutely a privilege. I know we need to take the journey together. And I just like us to take very key, important role. And I want you all to think also broadly in terms of what are the role that you all can play in today's organization. Instead of fighting it, I think you all need to come in, bring your literacy, and help us to transform. And you have equal voice and position in the role that we have, but you also need to learn because you folks are all very young. You don't have a lot of the experience. You're not subject matter expert yet, but you can definitely be part of the journey. And I hope that that's basically what EcoTeen, that we can all work on together to promote the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal. And I cannot be more excited that we can work on it together.
Thank you so much, Susanna, and thank you for being there and supporting me too.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
So thank you, Susanna, for that much needed and inspirational message to the world. That wraps up our 2023 Global Youth Sustainability Summit. A huge thanks to all the panelists that spared their valuable time to share their insights and help us understand how our collective commitment towards a brighter future of the planet is vital. Thank you to Yuda, our opening keynote, our panelists, Shreya, Siddhartha, Sergio, Jackson, Asish, Sagar, Sarah, Kevin, and Dunya, Susanna, Kaluki, Lucy, and then Alexandra, Kedar, and Sarah. And of course, thank you, Susanna, again, for being our closing keynote. Thank you so much for joining me today. Thank you for taking time out of your day to come and watch. And have a good day, afternoon, and night. Thank you.